as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. Who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom.
So this is a
to move
remake.
and disobey, to rely on one another, to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another, to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
I forgot to post this was happening. Do. Perfect. Howdy, folks. How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Hope y'all are doing all right. Just post this. Perfect. Howdy. You doing good? Hell yeah. Alright, we are live to talk about the most pressing issue of our contemporary politics. Pyramids. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg, not FG. I feel like FG is a different website altogether. Okay. Posted. There we go. Hello, Von400. Also, I am now recollecting that I have not launched some of the software I need to have launched.
The only white genocide that's real is the one in Riverboat Jack's chat wicked.
That's true. That's true. No white names in this chat. No, sir. Ooh, Gayfesh, I hope your hot choggy is good. Also, Uncle Gumball, thank you for the tier 2 sub. May you lord over all of the white names and the orange names combined. For as we all know, we have discovered a true way of implementing meritocracy, and it is in the differently colored names in riverboat.gg. It's true. True. Whew. Trump schizo posting and people just thinking it's normal. Yep. Another day, another instance of the president just endangering our security by flapping his gums. Thank you, Jazz Dog. Got it at Nasty Gal. How we all doing, folks? I didn't say hello to all you guys yesterday or right when I came in today. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Joe. Hello, Kiva Indefer. Hello, CMH006. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Switzerland. Or, yes, no, Switzerland. Hello, Orvillaby. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Jupiter Judy. Hello, Sidewalk Connoisseur. Hello, The Profane Priestess. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel to Kraken Pill 1, The Krakening. Hello, Crypt Keeper Dan. Hello, D-Leif. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Rhapsody Septagonopus. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Latzia. Hello, Big Rackled. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Joe. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Liza Bay. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Nefarious Enough. Hello, What You Can Do. Also, folks, go check out What You Can Do. Good stuff over there. Hello. How we all doing? Henry Benjamin. Google Debunkers. Am I a Milo fan?
Googledebunkers.
Yes. Hello, Jess Talks Books. Hello, Combat Pancake. Hello, Slaz. Did we Google debunk? Not yet. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, how we doing? You're Ascended Kitten. My goodness. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. Hello, Addercop. Hello, my name is Mud. Hello, Hoi Polloi. Hello, Josephine. Hello, Von400. Hello, Uncle Gumbald. You got two out of me. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Asuka. Hello, Maliki. Hello, Salmon Moose.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, King Kerplunk. Hello, Werix. Hello. How did the Mario Party go? I betrayed the woman I love the most in all the world and secured victory for myself. In my defense, she did shoot bullets at me, so that's how you do, right? Exactly.
I met Milo, Google Debunkers, Rossi in person.
Oh, hell yeah. Is he just as cool as he seems on the internet? Because he seems really cool. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I also did. I met Milo at a Meshuggah concert. Nice. Mario Party is responsible for breaking up many marriages. It is known. I did get a lot of sass, and I apologize with many a smooch.
He is cool, but he's way shorter than you think he is.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really think of his height. I guess I thought of him as as tall as me. I'm like 5'6", so I guess that would be kind of short. I'm not allowed to play Mario Party anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. Good night, Rubber Adset. Oof. It is too late for me to check the Discord for more content, Fox of Fate, but I will check it for next time. Jack, we're the same height? I'm tiny. He's 5'6" or 5'7". He might be slightly taller than me. I thought he was 6'2" from the videos. Jesus. You're 4 inches shorter than you used to be, Dragonfly? That's crazy. God, I hope I don't shrink down to be as tall as my mom. My mom is like 5 feet tall. All right. How y'all doing today? Now, I have a couple of different directions for content to go today. I think I got about two, possibly 3 shorts for you. But then I have a couple of different options, right? So, one of the options is Ben Shapiro debates a Gen Zer on his channel about the economy, and I got to admit I'm morbidly curious. It's also doing terribly. It's like dude has literally millions of subscribers. This video has been out for almost a week. It's at 46K. That's crazy bad. I also have some Matt Walsh videos that I think would be fun to make fun of him for. And I have the Piers Morgan Nick Fuentes interview. Would you like some brain rot? Well, you guys are gonna get the brain rot content. That's already locked in. I'm trying to see what we're getting in addition to that. That interview is insane. I haven't seen any of it. Are we choosing which is first? I guess you're choosing which is second, because I want to do the short content, and then I want to dive into the namesake of today's stream, which I think will be fun. Yeah, no, Liz Galahad, it's just a Gen Zer. Probably one of like the Daily Wire interns or something. What I want is to see more of you lovely peepos joining your local Dems because you should, and I demand it. Hear, hear, Dragonfly. And Dragonfly's a yellow name. You all have to listen. Obey my golden presence. Shine like the sun. All right. Well, I'm not getting much feedback on the content so far, but you know what? We'll do some shorts and see how you guys feel. All right. All right. Here we go. So, just real quick, I wanted to let you guys know that Donald Trump is doubling down on like all of his worst impulses when it comes to the economy, right? Because between the tariffs, between the AI bubble, between the inflation, between him tanking the entire job market and the general economy, things are not going great as we go into the Christmas season, as we are in the Christmas season, and well, he's tried to do a couple
Two of
new
you
things
spout
here.
some anti-organizing nonsense.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 4 subs. My God, blink blink at you, blink blink. Anyway, Donald Trump has a few things to say about how he thinks you should manage your finances. A man who has never been in a grocery store in his adult life and thinks that groceries is a concept that is new. It was outdated and now it's coming back.
Security. We need the one thing you need steel. You know, you can give up certain products. You can give up pencils. Because under the China policy, you know, every child can get 37 pencils. They only need one or two. You know, they don't need that many. But you always need steel. You don't need $37 for your daughter. 2 or 3 is nice, but you don't need $37. So we're doing things right. We're running security.
Okay, first of all, children lose their pencils all the time. You need way more than 1 or 2 pencils per child. They literally, like, it's like watching a magician. You give a child a pencil, you start like a stopwatch to see how long it takes them to lose that pencil. It's gonna be like 15 goddamn seconds, okay? And number 2, bold move to tell Americans, you know, the people from the country that lives on the special treat economy, that is entirely propped up by people being able to get their special treats, to just go without their special treats. Like, I'm sorry, our entire economy only exists because people are able to get their special treats to distract themselves from not having healthcare. All right? Once you take the special treats away, people get really mad really fast. And telling everyone, look, you don't need to buy your kid Christmas presents because America's doing so good economically. That doesn't really seem to fly. And I think more and more people are catching on to that every single day. Join your local Dems, radicalize them, join your local DSA, make it more effective. And let me know what you think down in the comments, all right? And let's keep on going. Whoo! Don't people use mechanical pencils these days? Absolutely not. I mean, some people do, but like, nothing beats like a wooden lead pencil. Has this man never heard of like a packet of colored pencils? Like, God. Jack, if you keep this up, one day you're gonna be you will be able to interview a Gen Z person, a real Gen Z person. Look, there's only one Gen Z person I want to interview, and it's Gen Z, the art director behind Supergiant Games. Okay? She seems goddamn delightful, and her talent is genuinely unparalleled. That was a deep cut for those of you who know video game development. All right. Supergiant, like Bastion, or Hades 2, or and that NBA Jam knockoff they
Of
made.
course he hasn't heard of colored pencils. He only cares about white pencils.
Jesus. Yeah, no, he wouldn't allow those pencils into his rentals. It's okay. Too true, too true. God. Also, 1 second, let me do some mental math here. Sake Tanuki, with those 2 tier 4 subs, you've summoned Our Lady of Toots. It's time. All will worship Whoa, 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 that's certainly not the speed we're starting on. Oh, do we have a new trombone? We got a Riker bone emote? I love it. Never move I've never heard Mariah Carey at a local Dems meeting. Fuck yeah. Have I seen the track in this game that's just Liz Trust's resignation speech? No. No, I haven't. Maliki, why? All I want for Christmas is Toot. Indeed. I can't do it. Baby. Is this like Star Trek fan film where we're gonna get Stockholm Syndrome over this? Yes. Unironically. The best part is you'll forget about this by this time next year, only to experience it all over again. The Stockholm gift that keeps on giving. Waterboard me instead. We have the tradition that we play Christmas music when we decorate our Christmas tree. I added this to the playlist. Wonderful. Also, I feel like some people don't realize this is an actual video game, so just real quick. made this game? Holy wow. It's also out on Switch. God. All right. We did it. Time for more content. Now, here we go. Just real quick, folks, I did want to talk a little bit about AI because one of my pet peeves and fascinations is when these AI guys, these big tech CEOs, go on to mainstream media and they try to make a case for AI use. And, one of the folks that has been doing that is Sam Altman. And he went on Jimmy Fallon the other day. And now Sam Altman has been saying crazy stuff like, oh, with AI tech in like 10 years, we'll build a Dyson sphere around the sun. Around the entire solar system. Setting aside that that's not how a Dyson sphere works. That's insane. This is also somehow more insane than that, but I like, you have to hear it. Okay, here we go.
And do you use ChatGPT when raising your baby?
I do. I mean, I feel kind of bad about it because we have this like genius level at everything, intelligence, sitting there like waiting to unravel the mysteries of humanity. And I'm like, why does my kid stop dropping his pizza on the floor and laughing? Like,
Yeah.
You know?
And
so I feel like I'm not asking a good enough question, but it is, I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly people did it for a long time, no problem.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
so I know it's clear.
And do you use
I'm sorry. You have to let ChatGPT raise your child? Like, this is supposed to be unlocking all of the potentials and abilities of the human species, and you can't figure out how to wipe your baby's butt without ChatGPT? Like, literally? That's crazy. Like, what are you doing turning and asking ChatGPT about any of this stuff? Go to parenting classes. Go, spend time with your child. Just yeah, kids are gonna throw shit at the wall, and you know what? That's okay. That's baby. That's what a baby does.
When the average person's lived experience is so apparently awful every single day because they're broke, then the propaganda loses its effectiveness. They're trying to gaslight, but it's so obvious.
True. But also, like, the gaslighting goes beyond just, like, oh, you need ChatGPT in order to raise your baby. It's like, you need ChatGPT because it is this genius intellect that is always going to be around you, and you can just trust it implicitly. But, like, I'm sorry, ChatGPT has resulted in, like, telling people to eat poisoned mushrooms in the woods. You're gonna trust it with what to do with a baby?
An elevator can raise a child more than ChatGPT could ever.
Literally, it can! Also, there we go. I just don't understand the impulse to ask ChatGPT questions that should be directed towards professionals that are human beings. Because again, this is technology that if you solely relied on it without doing any additional fact checking, you could kill yourself or like other people or your kid. Like a newborn baby has like a soft spot on their head that if you press it, it can kill them. Like ChatGPT hallucinates things all the time. It could just say, press that spot on your baby. The reason he drops, if you press that spot, he'll stop dropping pizza. Like, there's literally nothing that prevents it from doing that. Yes, and point in fact, people have killed themselves as a result of ChatGPT on more than one occasion, I just want to add, you know? It, like, the idea that you should or could even rely on this in order to know what to do with a baby, like, really sickens me. Um, I mean, yeah, not to mention shaking baby syndrome. Like, talk to your doctor. They've killed themselves twice? No, I mean, like, more than one person has killed themselves as a result of ChatGPT. Yeah, no, like, there are entire fields of study and entire outfits and organizations dedicated to making sure you know how to raise a baby. You shouldn't be getting your advice from ChatGPT. You know, the service that is gonna, like, scrape the entire internet, including, like, the seediest parts of it, and, then try and synthesize correct information out of that. No. No. I just the dereliction of fatherly duty here is crazy to me. Like, there's gonna be an entire generation of people who grow up, and it's gonna be like, where are their parents? And it's because their actual parents had, like, just gave them ChatGPT and then fucked off. It's crazy. I don't get it. Anyway, I'm so sorry, editor. You're gonna have to cut this down, but let me know what you think down in the comments, and let's keep on going, folks. Oof. Also, PC Schwartz, thank you for the $5 dono, and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Let's go! All right. Got one more bit. Got one more thing. All right. One more short. So, folks, real quick, just wanted to say, I think, I can't say for certain, but I think we might be hitting a point where Donald Trump's depravity and this administration's fascism is finally starting to break through to the general public. And I say that because Pew Research put out its latest polling and survey information earlier today. And, well, let's just say specifically one of the demographics that Donald Trump relied on to win office in 2024 is now saying, oh no, maybe that was a bad idea. So, in terms of how Hispanics in the United States have interpreted their situation compared with a year ago, well, it's gone from 26% says it has gotten worse back in 2021 to in 2025, 68% believe their situation has changed for the worse. Only 9% of the Hispanic community in the United States believes that their situation has improved. So, what we're seeing here is that a lot of people are finding out that Donald Trump is not good for them, and it is going to be a highly motivating factor, you know, both in the special elections that may occur between now and the midterms, but also during the midterms and during the general election. There is no way that Donald Trump's numbers really improve from here. All of the economic damage that has been done is going to be cumulative. It is going to continue to be felt. He's going to be unable to fix it because nobody in his administration is equipped to do that. And the economics of this are already cooked, right? And what is going to now happen from here on out is people are going to start feeling it more and more and more. It's going to become more real to them. And that is going to be paired with the fact that ICE is massively expanding. And you are going to start feeling their presence, not just in major cities across the United States, but also you're going to start feeling them in rural areas, in suburbs, etc., regardless of what kind of state you live in. And there are going to be some people who've operated up till now under the assumption that they're safe. They're one of the good ones. They're not going to be targeted. this administration is only going to hurt the bad guys. You know, it's going to, this is the kind of damage that is going to penetrate across all demographics and, you know, damage the support Donald Trump enjoys in every demographic. Let me remind you, it wasn't that long ago that Donald Trump actually lost the majority support of white men without high school degrees, okay? And without college degrees. Like, that happened just a couple months ago. That is a really bad sign. And this key demographic, the Hispanic community in the United States swinging against Donald Trump, that is going to, it's going to carry a lot of weight. And I'm not saying we're out of the woods yet. Things are going to get worse before they get better. But if you're interested in helping to make things better, now is the time. Organize, join your local Dems, radicalize them, join your local DSA, make it more effective. And it's time for us to start doing the work on the ground. It's not enough to just show up to protest every once in a while. You got to show up to the meetings. So, folks, if you need help doing that, join the Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems and radicalizing them. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA and making them more effective. And let's keep on going forward, okay? And with that, let me know what you think down in the comments, and let's keep on going. In June, all hell is going to break loose because the USMCA will enter a 1-month review period where Trump can break the agreement. And right now, it's the only thing preventing him from putting astronomical tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico and vice versa. Yeah, no, it's I do think that perhaps before June, the Republican Party is going to fall apart. Like, especially if Donald Trump really fucks with the economy right in the lead up to the midterms, you're going to start seeing Republicans openly turning on Donald Trump. So I mean, we'll see what happens, but like, all of this has been enabled by the Republicans, and not a single one of them should be allowed to dodge accountability for what they've done. That includes Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way. I know she's getting a lot of positive press for being like, "Oh, Donald Trump didn't care about death threats to my child." And it's like, yeah, but also you don't care about death threats being sent to other people when you send hate mobs against them. Like, this is just the ghoulishness endemic to the Republican Party. God, is the bubble going to pop next year? Look, from what I understand, by next summer, barring major intervention, the bubble should pop. I'm not an economist, I'm not a tech expert, but that is what folks I have seen talking about. So we'll find out. Did you hear Tim Pool scream about Clandis? Yeah, we covered that last night in the Milo segment that is up on my YouTube today. It's very funny. Unless he went on a new rant. Are we getting Great Depression levels of turnover in Congress in the midterms? Maybe if we put in the work. Just a simple country streamer, indeed. You think that health will take Trump first? God, I hope so. You know, like, I don't know when health is gonna take him. All I know is he's not doing so hot, you know? Sorry. Gotta keep some air circulating in here. Oof. elections. It's already been over since January 6th. Nah, we aren't cooked like that. At least not yet. It is a major concern, but we need to proceed forward as if there are going to be elections, and we need to organize as if they're going to be elections, because in that case, we are going to be better situated in case Donald Trump tries to pull a fuckery, right? So, that is my position. Has been my position. Oof. The Florida state legislature had 2 special elections, 2 in Georgia, 1 in Iowa. Hell yeah. If there weren't going to be elections, the GOP would not be losing elections left and right. True. First Dem mayor in Miami in 30 years? Hell yeah. Jack, you're very good at standing still and making me think my Wi-Fi broke. You're welcome. It's a skill. Or if SCOTUS pulls a fuckery, which is also very likely. I do want to say, it is hard for me to put into words the amount of anger I feel towards the Supreme Court of the United States. It has historically been an enemy of any kind of progressive movement. We are just now moving out of an era when the court was at least even marginally on the side of progressive movements. And I think that my hope right now is that SCOTUS is taking on the birthright citizenship case so that John Roberts can try and shore up the legitimacy of the court. My fear is that they are taking up the birthright citizenship case so that they can nuke it from orbit, right? And gotta say, doesn't feel great to not know which way it's gonna go. And I have no idea how the United States handles changes like that. But like, I think there needs to be an understanding that like part of the reason mainstream media talks about the legitimacy of the courts is because historically, if a court loses its sense of legitimacy, that carries with it disastrous results for the court system, for like the standing orders of a particular court, and for, well, the justices themselves. Like it is not a good thing when a Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, is found to be corrupt and its decisions should be ignored. That is a really, really bad state of affairs in a country where we kind of rely on this triumvirate system of courts and Congress and presidency. And if one of those branches loses its legitimacy, that poses a huge problem with the consolidation of power in the other 2 branches. So they are really they're really playing with fire here. And I think they know that. And my hope is that Roberts is not so brain poisoned by Twitter and his MAGA wife that he is going to try a maneuver to restore some legitimacy so that they can then go back to the work of doing the bidding of their billionaires who put them in there, That's my hope. My hope is that their corruption works against the consolidation of presidential power rather than in favor of it. The mail-in voting case, yeah. I'm thinking that birthright citizenship is going to be kind of like the Trojan horse where they're like, see, everything's fine. Only to like slip in some pretty terrible decisions on the back end. Wouldn't the court losing its legitimacy be the second branch to lose legitimacy? I mean, maybe, but I think in this particular case, the power of the president is still vested in the person of the president, right? We might not like the president, and we might not like the president. We might feel he is illegitimate, but that power is still very real in a sense that, like, SCOTUS is more vulnerable. I don't feel like I'm articulating this quite as clearly as I would like, but the president is the supreme commander of the armed forces, right? SCOTUS doesn't have any military, doesn't really have any kind of armed force. It relies on the federal, the executive branch, relies on, different local police forces, etc. It borrows a lot of its power, and the real power comes from having like the legitimacy to like hand down orders throughout the entire legal system that is then integrated into local government. And yeah, part of the legitimacy there is that the Supreme Court establishes precedent, the lower courts then uphold it. And the lower courts have been upholding precedent and doing their jobs wonderfully. The main issue here is that SCOTUS continually goes against the lower courts and antagonizes them, which further erodes its legitimacy. So, in a sense, it is becoming more and more detached from what the actual law of the land is, while trying to effectively legislate through court rulings. Prediction: birthright citizenship will survive, but rescoped only to legal residents. I don't really think that is going to be the case. Largely because I think you would then create an entire class of stateless people, because the United States cannot simply give a person citizenship to another country. Like, that's not something that the United States can do. And creating an entire class of non-citizens of no nation, or citizens of no nation rather, is essentially a backdoor to recreating slavery, which the 14th Amendment is specifically designed to prevent, So I understand that Republican and conservative justices might want to take it in that direction. I don't know how that would actually ever feasibly work. Why did SCOTUS feel they need to wade in on citizenship by soil? Well, the question here is, Donald Trump raised the question by passing an executive order to try and strip citizenship, right? Because he's a racist. And then the Trump administration brought that to SCOTUS, all the way through the courts to SCOTUS, and SCOTUS decided to take it up. Now, my hunch is that they are deciding to take it up to rule in favor of birthright citizenship so that they can do a bunch of other, heinous shit, right? And my suspicion is that they took it up as a shield for their other terrible decision. However, it could also be that they just agree with the Trump administration because they're brain rotted, and honestly, here's my hot take. Okay, people are talking about restricting like teenagers from having social media. I don't give a fuck if teenagers have access to social media. Restrict Supreme Court justices from having access to social media. All right. Like, if you want to be a Supreme Court justice for life, super, super great. You can do that. But you have to give up Twitter. You cannot be on social media as a Supreme Court justice. All right, like like I just want to say that people keep talking about how, like, oh, the kids are having their brains rotted by TikTok and Twitter. And it's like, not I actually I think that the people having their brains rotted by TikTok and Twitter are like older people, like the people in their like 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. You know, like those are the people who are vulnerable to this brain rot. I wonder if they're going to overturn Humphrey's executor and protect birthright citizenship on the same day. That's kind of what I was thinking. Humphrey's executor is basically the provision that prevents Trump from just firing nonpartisan members of different boards in the government, on different watchdog groups and such. SCOTUS justices are educated enough to not be susceptible to social media. I think you're wrong. Like, I think even someone who is highly educated can be vulnerable to social media brain rot. I think it is one of those things where the more you think you are immune to it, the more vulnerable you actually are to it. It's how advertising works in general, right? Everyone who says the Burger King ad doesn't work on them, it
Restrict
does.
SCROTUS from having friends. Clarence can't accept gifts from friends if he doesn't have any.
No, like, I don't know, pass a provision to be like, yeah, no, if you're a Supreme Court justice, look, we're gonna make sure you want for nothing for the rest of your days. But also you only get coal for Christmas. And you can't get that coal from the coal lobby. What's the Burger King ad? I was using Burger King as an example. Wow, a lot of you read a lot into the Burger King ad. I was just pulling a company out of the ether. I was just trying to say, like, the more you think an advertisement doesn't work on you, the more you're going to crave the sweet, sweet taste of Coca-Cola. All right, that's all I meant. All right, you're gonna hear a jingle or see a polar bear and be like, Coca-Cola though, because it has nothing to do with how intelligent you are and how susceptible you are to social media. It has everything to do with whether or not you are prepared to critically engage with content you are seeing, right? And people who are ready to critically engage understand, like, oh, that's that Burger King ad. It is trying to be effective through XYZ means. You know, you understand its intent. You understand it's trying to get you. And if you are just instead passively sitting there and saying, huh, this won't work on me, you're not critically engaging. Someone in their 80s is going to have a harder time distinguishing AI from reality than the average 18-year-old. True. True. I wasn't even thinking about AI. I was just thinking about, like, social media in general. I am now completely immune from the effects of advertising. Anyway, I'm thinking about starting to get into politics betting.
Live from the Polymarket
The
studio
year
in
is
LA.
2028. The stateless squat in abandoned office buildings as the wage slaves work 14-hour days. Weapon vending machines. Kanye for president.
God, I hope not. I don't want to have to deal with another Kanye West attempt at the presidency. Ads don't have to be as predatory as they are. No, they don't have to be. They don't have to be at all. But capitalism encourages the predatory nature of ads, you know? Good night, Orville. Or Villaby. My god. I need to enunciate. Can't believe people gambled on whether or not Hassan would attend Zoran's inauguration. I mean, people are gambling on the fucking genocide in Gaza. Like, It's gross. It's disgusting. Anyway, folks, if you've gotten anything out of today's stream so far, please like the show and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without you fine folks. Let's just give an example of a Pavlovian ad right now. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. There are actually almost 300 people in chat, Mansia. And we haven't even broken 100 likes. Click that goddamn button! Gosh, guys! Sometimes it takes me looking at the number and admonishing you guys. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. Let's go! Alright, we're gonna get to the headline story of tonight. Because I, for one, am really excited for it. Sometimes a sub must be scolded into compliance. It's true. I need to put a collar on many of you. Also, it's a real crime. I played Mario Party earlier today, and it's a real crime that they haven't made a Bowsette character in Nintendo official. It's a real shame. What are we, Hassan's dog? Nah. I'm against folding my cheese before putting it on a sandwich. You cheese folders are abhorrent. I'm making stew tomorrow. I'm real excited. Got a little sourdough to make some garlic bread. Gonna dip that in the stew. It's gonna be delicious. Good night, Andrews. It's your birthday. Okay, before we get started, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Andrews. Happy birthday to you. And many more. It's your birthday too, Vaughn. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Vaughn 400. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday. All right. You all ready? Okay. All right. I don't think you guys are ready for this though. Are you guys locked in? Are you guys ready? Because we're gonna be Google debunking now.
Google Debunkers.
And I am very excited, to say the least. Good boy, Von 400.
Google Debunkers.
Google Debunkers. These are really delicious. I'm gonna be sad when they're gone. Yes, chat, it's raw bacon. Alright. It's a big tub of sour belts. It's the one size that they sell of sour belts. At Trader Joe's. Not sponsored. Yeah, I have my sour strawberry belts. Jordan Peterson has his raw bacon tub. We are not the same. Okay. So, folks, it's time for us to go to a new direction, a new channel, right? And I've covered this in the past, but maybe like 4 years ago, like way back in time. And well, many of you might be familiar with this channel. There's a channel called After School, right? And it has a lot of different videos. It's all animated stuff, you know, like it's pretty like, oh, are we waking a new god? Allegory of the caveman, neuroscience hacks to manifest your dream life. And it's a lot of like adjacent material to Jordan Peterson. You know, you've got Carl Jung's most powerful passage. You've got a lot of different talks about like from different folks, animated, you know, speeches from various media and pieces. You know, you got Marcus Aurelius, The Power of Indifference. You got Alan Watts, you got Agrippa's Diary, you got a lot of different content here. Return to Yourself by Guy Ritchie and Joe Rogan. You've got just a lot of stuff here that boils down to content that a normal person might be like, oh, that seems a little far out there, but you know what? It's interesting. And I mean, you got other videos too, like Psychedelics Are Not Drugs, Joe's epic rant about psychedelics animated by After School. Because this entire channel's deal is basically animating different conversations, talks, quotes, etc., in order to spread a specific ideological message. And you know, I've been sent a few videos of these recently, courtesy of Salmon Moose. Um, and I really didn't know the way to encapsulate this channel. And I, well, it's crackpot stuff. My name is Mud, but it's combined with people who seem like they have credentials either by virtue of fame or by virtue of, you know, having a PhD and or having books published. And so it's crackpot and it's pseudoscience, but it's packaged in an interesting way. It is kind of in a similar vein to the Spirit Science channel that we have covered in the past. But this channel is more overtly political in a conservative bent. Now, of course, one might say, well, why do we care, Jack? Like, obviously, there are going to be people on YouTube who just say shit. Well, this channel has 3.7 million subscribers, and I decided maybe the best way we can actually address what is at the heart of this channel, its appeal, the danger of it, etc., is maybe looking at its most popular video. So I went and I took a look at its most popular video, watched about a minute of it, and I said to myself, yes, this will do. So let's take a quick look at their most popular video. It has over 10 million views and has been up for 6 years. Okay? It is titled Nikola Tesla, Limitless Energy, and the Pyramids of Egypt. Huh. Limitless energy, you say? The world is facing a green energy, like an energy crisis, a water shortage. Obviously, if we can have limitless energy, that sounds like a really good thing. It could save us. Let's find out. Maybe Nikola Tesla is a really smart guy. Obviously, he might be able to lay out the pathway to solve our problems in the modern era. Let's take a look, shall we?
The Egyptian pyramids are without a doubt the most mysterious structures on planet Earth. We do not know when they were built, how they were built, who built them, and most importantly, why they were built.
Now, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, there are gonna be some pyramids we don't know, like, who built them, because they're old, they're eroded, the time has degraded them, etc. But, that doesn't apply to a lot of the pyramids, because it turns out the ancient Egyptians could read and write, and they carved their histories into the pyramids. So we actually know, in many cases, what each pyramid was dedicated to, who was inside of them, how we also know how they built them. It's not like a crazy mystery. And we also know that they built them to be tombs, because they say that they built them to be tombs. Like, it's not a secret. They straight up say this is made to be a tomb. They're filled with burial goods, or were filled with burial goods. They're filled with sarcophagi. Again, so the sarcophagi also often including writing that would identify the people inside. A lot of the writing inside of tombs, etc., would also be incantations, to send them on their way to the afterlife, because they're tombs.
I want to sell you on the idea of selling ancient Egyptian burial chambers to others. It's in an MLM and maybe a scheme.
Look, step 1, we find a pyramid in the desert. Step 2, we empty out the pyramid in the desert. Step 3, we start selling afterlife timeshares. Step 4, profit. All right. But let's hear the arguments here. I'm open to new information. Maybe they're talking about one specific pyramid we don't know any of these things about.
The Great Pyramid weighs nearly 6 million tons and consists of 2.3 million stones that are cut and fit together with laser precision. Many of these massive stones, which weigh as much as 80 tons, had to be transported from vast distances of more than 500 miles away. For thousands of years, it stood as the tallest unnatural structure in the world. Certainly, there must have been a good reason to go to all this trouble to construct such a wondrous monument, and we now know that it certainly was not a tomb.
Okay, so fun fact for you guys.
Googledebunkers.
If I just Google pyramid architect, right? And I go down to Wikipedia here. Oh, Hemiunu. sometimes referred to as Hemon, in 2570 BC, that's a long time ago for those of you who don't know, was an ancient Egyptian prince who is believed to have been the architect of the Great Pyramid of Giza. So, we actually know what he did and how he did it. And also, his tomb is there. You could it's in the complex of the Great Pyramid complex. And also, well, the reason he's believed to have been the architect is because he wrote about being an architect for the pyramid. So, like, again, it turns out a lot of writing lasts a long time when you carve it deep into stone.
Nikola Tesla, who is perhaps the greatest inventor of all time, had a particular infatuation with the pyramids. He believed they served a higher purpose, and throughout his career he attempted to unravel their mystery. His idea has been dismissed and forgotten over the last century, but considering that...
Also completely unrelated, but we literally know what he looked like. And just gotta say, very specific body type. Like, all right.
Tesla is directly responsible for 80% of the technology we use today, perhaps we should view his theories with a more open mind. Today's episode is a brilliant showcase from the original Gaia series, Ancient Civilizations.
Oh! Well, that explains a lot. Okay, so they got their information from an ancient aliens propaganda channel dedicated to New Age woo and the idea that ancient peoples couldn't possibly have been advanced without the help of aliens or supernatural abilities. And, well, let's see what they got. It's time to assemble, Google Debunkers.
Google Debunkers.
Let's dive in.
We chose this episode because it opens the gate to new possibilities and new perspectives surrounding the pyramids. We ask you to suspend your disbelief and take a journey down the rabbit hole through this insightful presentation.
The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than in all the previous centuries of its existence. Okay, Nikola Tesla, how would a phenomena be non-physical? If it is a phenomena, it is coming from a physical reaction. But okay.
In 1905, physics genius Nikola Tesla submitted his U.S. patent 787412, which was titled The Art of Transmitting Electrical Energy Through the Natural Medium. It included designs for a series of worldwide generators. Tesla realized that the ionosphere was sparkling with electrical energy which could easily be tapped. Planet Earth, according to Tesla, was a gigantic electrical generator spinning around 2 magnetic poles from which limitless energy can be harnessed using the right medium or shape. His device was later referred to as Tesla's electromagnetic pyramid, based on his design looking like a triangle shape.
Tesla. Damn, and we were all just fools who didn't use it for the last couple hundred years? That's crazy.
Tapping into the actual shape of the pyramid, I believe, was something that just came roundabout through his investigation into the location of the pyramids.
Yeah, no one could ever have discovered a pyramid shape without the pyramids in Egypt.
Because what appears to have happened is that he realized that it wasn't the actual shape of the pyramid so much, although pyramids exhibit fractal energy much more efficiently than other types of designs. But what he discovered was it was the location of the pyramids that created the power. And when he built his facility here in Colorado Springs, and then on the East Coast, he did so according to the laws of where the pyramids at Giza were constructed. And it had to do with the elliptical orbit of the Earth and those sites' relationship to the actual equator.
This is all bullshit. I don't know how to really make it more clear here. Putting a pyramid on a specific point of the planet does not generate electricity.
That there was a natural construction somehow taking place between those very specific sites and the overall energy field of the Earth.
Also, this video is not AI generated. It came out literally 6 years ago.
And because of that, he believed he could transmit power wirelessly.
Tesla's discovery and device disappeared after his mysterious death in 1943. But what he was trying to tap into might have just scratched the surface of understanding the power of something much more ancient.
According to Nikola Tesla, 369 is the key to the universe.
Oh, good. It only took us 4 minutes and 15 seconds to reach numerology levels of brain dead.
Tesla became so obsessed with this 369 that he would drive around a building 3 times before going inside of it. He cleaned his plates with 18 napkins, lived in hotel rooms only with the number divisible by 3. He made calculations about things in their immediate environment.
I'm sorry, who is this? Billy Carson? Okay, as far as I can tell, his big contributions are a bunch of UFO and occult documentaries. Just real quick. Conscious Life Expo, Open Minds, Beyond Belief with George Noory, Forbidden Knowledge TV. Oh, he has a network. He has a network of shows that focus on the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, of course. Of course. How could it be anything else? Just taking a look at his network here. This Christmas lie has gone too far. I mean, I have to admit, I'm curious. I have to make an account? Okay, well, no thank you. Are these Rudyard's friends? I would hazard that these are Spirit Science's friends.
Just to make sure the result was conceivable by 3. And he based his choices on the results. He did everything in sets of 3. What is Nikola Tesla trying to make us understand? We must understand that we did not create mathematics.
Wait, I'm sorry. Here's a YouTube channel I don't have to sign up for. Oh, good. Oh, good. He's one of the characters on Nick Cannon's YouTube channel, Cannon Class TV. For those of you who don't know, Nick Cannon is a Black Hebrew Israelite and believes, again, that, like, people we know as the Jews stole the title of Jews from Black people, and, like, that's a result of, like, a mad scientist creating white people as a mistake, and that's why white people are inherently bloodthirsty. Yeah, Nick Cannon's a little bit goofy, to say the least. It does not surprise me that Billy Carson is also on this show. Okay, cool. Good stuff. What if I just skip to the most watched portion of this? Let's check this out.
Does it all root to creativity? The person who is the most creative actually is the one who is the most godlike.
Yeah. Well, when people look at, people are designed to be tribal. The human race is designed to be tribal.
Why?
Well, it's just, and if you look back in the ancient tablets, it was already set from even back then.
For civilization.
Okay, yeah, no, well, if the ancient tablets say it's true, it must be.
We discovered them. It is the universal language and law. No matter where in the universe you are, 1 plus 2 will always equal 3. Everything in the universe obeys this law. These forms are in nature, but the ancients emulated these forms in construction.
If Nikola Tesla's obsession was with these numbers, and his goal was to define his location and time and space, could it be possible that ancient humans created monuments like the Great Pyramids?
I'm sorry, what? His obsession with these numbers and his goal was to define his location in time and space. You can't do that because it's all fucking relative. Like, your location in time and space is relative to the location of other things around you. Like, okay, are you sitting still right now? Well, maybe from your perspective you are, but are you sitting still when you take into account the rotation of the Earth? We're all rotating around at incredible speeds, you know? What about the revolution of the Earth around the sun? Well, that adds another kind of speed. So our location relative to the sun? What about our location relative to the center of our galaxy? Because our solar system is, moving around. Yeah, we follow the sun. What about our galaxy's position relative to other it's all moving all the time everywhere. What your position is in space and time is relative. So I don't know how building a pyramid helps you at all in this task.
Googledebunkers.
And his goal was to define his location and time and space. Could it be possible that ancient humans created monuments like the Great Pyramids to remind us of these truths?
I mean, I think if you read what they wrote about them, they're reminding people of, their religious beliefs. They're reminding people of, the greatness of leaders in the past. I don't think they're built to remind people about 369. I don't think that is an intrinsic truth of the universe.
If not pyramid, why pyramid-shaped?
God, just introduce Gaia TV to the character Pyramid Head from Silent Hill, and they're gonna lose their shit.
In the Sumerian tradition and in the surviving texts, there is a very strong and intriguing...
Oh, good. Graham Hancock. A real scientist.
Googledebunkers.
Anyway, go watch Milo Rossi's Mini Minuteman series on Graham Hancock. I don't got time for this clown.
Reference to what are called the 7 antediluvian sages, the 7 sages who came before the flood. And their leader is a figure called Oannes. We find that he is depicted as a man, but curiously, he's wearing a sort of fish garb or a fish costume.
Thanks, Media Breakdown.
Archaeologists often refer to him as a fish-garbed figure. And
yes. Well, of course, that must mean there was a global flood, you see, because that's the main thrust of Graham Hancock's entire existence as a intellectual.
The other 7 sages are also dressed in this fish costume. So you see the...
Yes, I've seen these characters in the hit video game series Elden Ring.
Legs of a human being, and the face and features a bearded human being. But then he's wearing on his head the head of a fish, and the body of a fish hangs down his back. It's a very curious idea, really. And he and all of them hold in their hands a curious little bag, which I tend to refer to as a man bag. I see them as a kind of...
It's a bag full of men. To keep your men in. A man bag.
badge of office, a recognizable symbol where perhaps members of a brotherhood would be able to recognize one another by their carrying of this symbol. It's curious that we see a figure holding the same bag that we see on the Sumerian reliefs, and holding it in exactly the same way. And not only that, but those same bags turn up on...
Man, I really wish he would be specific about any of these, because I feel...
I know nominative determinism isn't a thing, but Hancock is one of the most self-masturbatory names possible.
Oh, Sake, I appreciate your input. Because one of the things I have to say about this is, constantly throughout this, he's like, well, you know, you got a picture of a guy that kind of looks like a fish guy. And it's like, well, what's the context? Because we know that there are words written around a lot of these reliefs. What's the context here? Like, seems like perhaps there might be other explanations than what you are presenting.
Top of Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe, where we know...
Why would you compare this to Göbekli Tepe? Why would this comparison ever make sense? Göbekli Tepe isn't in Egypt. It's not related to the pyramids. Just real quick, it's in Turkey. Alright, can we get like a map? Cool. I want like a larger scale map than what I am being given. Well, suffice it to say, it's in Turkey to the north of Syria. Like, it's a ways away from where we're talking about.
That they're at least 11,600 years old. The tradition is clearly rooted before the flood.
Yes, there's no way that shape could have possibly occurred outside of a reference to a man bag.
Then comes the flood. The cataclysm wipes everything out, but that brotherhood persists through the flood. And after the flood, they are again offering the gifts of civilization to mankind.
Now, I do just want to throw this out there. If there was a gigantic flood and these pyramids were supposedly withstood that gigantic flood, there would be evidence of flooding on the pyramids. Let's see. Evidence of ancient flooding.
Google debunkers.
Oh, interesting. They were not flooded. Now, there is apparently some misunderstandings here regarding flood signs. Now, what is being alleged by Graham Hancock here is a gigantic world-ending flood, civilization-ending flood. There's not evidence of that on the pyramids. What there is evidence for is the flooding of the Nile. There's evidence for that. These are not comparable floods that are being talked about. At all.
Could Oannes and his sages have re-emerged after the cataclysmic flood to teach the knowledge of the universe? In Sumerian cuneiforms...
God, I mean, like, to be honest, it's really stupid. I was silent in the vehicle on the way back to the hotel in Cairo. My stomach hung like lead. My colleagues with me on that second trip to Giza nudged. The ethical skeptic, are you okay? You're awfully quiet. Once seen, this cannot be unseen. And it is. Oh, wow, the wave crest erosion. Wave through the erosion. Oh my God, look at the erosion on the Great Pyramid. No one's ever noticed that level of erosion before. Now is a great time to remind all of you that the pyramids were originally covered with a different kind of stone than what is currently on the outer layer of it. So that would this is not erosion from a massive wave. Even assuming that a massive wave hit the pyramids, that would not be the thing that erodes it. And deserts have erosion without floods. Very true. You know, what with the sand around them. Now, let me just take a look here real quick. Yes, so you might notice something about this image specifically. This is, well, kind of drab and brown. The original stone that covered these pyramids would have been a polished, smooth limestone. It would not have been brown. This is actually the close to the original look of what it would have been like. You know, you got a golden capstone on top, got the, you know, polished white limestone. That limestone got taken away over time to be used for other purposes, like both throughout its history and then during colonization. But again, people are like, "Oh, the pyramids. They're look at the erosion from the flood that happened, you know, 20,000 years ago." It's like, no, go home. Go home. Oh, so it looked hella fancy. Yeah, this was built to be a tomb for a god. This was built to be like the apotheosis of a new deity, to commemorate the wealth and the power of, like, someone who would have been considered as close to God in the flesh as you can get. Wasn't a power generator. Well, I'm open to evidence. Let's see.
Enki is sometimes depicted as a bearded man wearing a fish costume and sometimes carrying a bag. Interesting to note that in the Egyptian depictions of gods, they are not holding a bag, but an important symbol called the Ankh.
Well, people in this one culture held things. So people in another culture holding other things must mean the same thing. This is numerology, but expanded to just be any kind of symbolism.
The Ankh depicts immortality and life. It is also connected with Isis and the planet Venus. Could these carrying devices be transmitting the same kind of energy? Anton Park's research has traced the re-emergence of Enki to Egypt, and as a byproduct of his death, the building of the Great Pyramid.
La pyramide, je pense, a été créée pour refaire.
In my view, the Great Pyramid was built by Isis. I believe it was created to reincarnate Osiris into Horus.
Okay, what's your evidence for that, though? What if I said Voldemort built it? What if I said Voldemort built the Great Pyramid of Giza? Believe me, it's true. But then I provided no citations whatsoever.
Horus. It is quite complicated. The Osirian, the so-called aquatic temple dedicated to Osiris in Abydos, Abaju in Egyptian, means it is located in the city, which is, according to Egyptian history, the first city of Osiris. Yet, to be able to find seashells on a temple located in the middle of the desert, you have to go back thousands of years, at least 10,000 years.
Yeah. Because there's no way any kind of shell could be transported all the way to Abydos. There's no kind of pathway that goes all the way to Abydos that would allow someone to perhaps get some kind of shell. Nope. Nothing to see here. There's no way a shell could be transported all the way to Abydos. Nope. No, sir. Just... no way! Impossible!
Google debunkers.
Why would he have made such a temple with aquatic features? Because Osiris, who's also Enki, they are the same person.
They're not. Enki is a Mesopotamian figure. Osiris is not. They're different cultures.
Had amphibian genes.
What? I'm sorry, wait. Are we talking about the genetics of deities now? What? They're the same person with amphibious genes. Say what now? Can we get a citation on that?
Enki, they are the same person. Had amphibian genes. Osiris.
Google debunkers.
Not a DNA scientist, but I don't think one can establish amphibious genes within the human creature. It'd be pretty cool if we had that, though. But look, if you guys want to see how that all plays out, you'll have to check out the hit indie film Frogman, which, you know, it's an interesting body horror film.
Enki was killed by his nemesis Set, who is in fact Enlil, during one of their mini battles. It took place in Abydos, which also corresponds to the Sumerian Apsu, where
okay, also, it does have a really kick-ass poster, so I'm going to show it real quick. Look at that. Hey, it's a spooky Frogman movie. Let's go.
Osiris's aquatic temple can be found. The texts clearly state that all of Osiris's...
You will get more scientific information out of Frogman than you will out of whatever this is.
Servants were slaughtered during a battle, as well as Osiris himself, who was crucified on a tree. This is how he died. Isis is quite a character. She can't really be found in Mesopotamian literature, although she could be considered the goddess Ninti. She is the woman who lives in the great deeps, underground.
Man, I am really waiting for this to turn into an infinite... I really want to know how the pyramids get its to infinite energy, but we've jumped through so many different topics already. The incoherence of this is staggering. And one of the reasons I wanted to go through this, in case you guys are like, why are we doing this, right? Is because this type of content is just mass-produced slop. It's mass-produced slop. It doesn't have to be held to any kind of academic or, you know, truth standard. It is just vibes. It is just vibes pumped into conservatives. Because, again, most of the people who watch this are either, uncritical stoners who are just like, whoa, man. And then the other half are like evangelical, new age, woo woo artists who are just looking for some affirmation about like their beliefs about like a great flood that happened in the past. And this does that, right? It serves as a tool to reinforce their pre-existing beliefs. It doesn't challenge their beliefs in any significant way, and it makes them feel super special for having ideas that aren't backed up by any kind of facts or findings or archaeology or anything like that. It's why like archaeologists have to contend with an entire branch of like pseudo archaeology that just make their lives so much more difficult. And it is this type of content slop that then goes and fosters the creation of an uncritical base, an uncritical political base. It's how we get to a point where people are in their own information silo, their own information bubble, and they aren't capable of actually getting out of it, right? And like I watch this stuff all the time, specifically to try and figure out what is happening in these conservative circles. And my conclusion is they're just all trapped. And they aren't trapped in the sense that like, you know, they're trapped by their own wills. They don't have a impulse to change. They don't have or believe in a value of actually doing fact checking that might, you know, disprove their preconceived notions, because that would be uncomfortable. And really the name of the game for this is comfort and like, no, it's okay. It's okay. You're going to a higher consciousness. No, it's okay. It's okay. Look, you're actually super smart for believing ideas from the 1800s that were debunked ages ago, you know? And this is how we get to megacorps that are in the health and wellness sector that prey on people being ignorant, that prey on people, believing RFK Jr. when he says, like, just being healthy and will be way more valuable to you than, like, washing your hands or getting vaccine. You know, when RFK Jr. is publicly denouncing the germ theory of medicine, like, the people who are the market for that are people who watch this.
I think that these underground passageways could correspond to the ones we can find under the Giza Plateau. We know that the Giza Plateau is full of underground passages. I believe that the clan of Osiris lived there. As far as the resurrection of Osiris into Horus is concerned, Isis organizes it. The texts are very clear about that, and we understand that she used Osiris's genetic code to create Horus. She created the Great Pyramid in order to accomplish this task.
So in your world, these aren't religious figures, these are actual living, breathing frog people. Okay.
The Great Pyramid allowed Isis to find Osiris's soul again.
One of the fun facts you can learn if you drop pseudoscience is that the sarcophagus in the king's chamber is too big to fit in the entrance hall. Thanks, Flynn.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. And like, he thinks they are real. No, like, that's the thing, right? Like, I know that even by covering this and like attempting to show like, yeah, this is all kind of bullshit, isn't it? There are going to be people who are like, yeah, no, that is all bullshit. But not like, it's like, look at this though. Look at this bullshit I believe. Isn't this great? And it's like, no, that's also bullshit. You need to learn how to think critically. You need to learn how to just like question the basic claims being made to you by people on screens, and that includes claims I make. Please Check my claims. You should be able to go out there. You should have the skill set you need to go out there and check. So that you don't just mindlessly ingest the ideas of another person and have other people doing the thinking for you. How do I tell my MAGA parents I'm trans and want to marry my best friend? Well, I would make sure that, one, you're in a position to not be reliant on them. And number two, make sure you talk with your best friend first and see that you're on the same page, i.e. marriage. And number three, maybe have your best friend come with you when you come out, and don't be living with them at the same time. So make sure you're not living with your parents. Make sure your partner is on board with that, and get them to come with you. If you don't feel safe, do it publicly. And then, depending on their reaction, take it from there. Baby steps. And best of luck to you.
We don't really know how, but she would have put Horus's genetic code in the pyramid. She would have been able to create another body using Osiris's genetic code, the so-called UF, in Egyptian, body.
Okay, we're straight up in ancient alien territory. We're in like Stargate SG-1 was a documentary, huh?
And thanks to the coding of the Great Pyramid, she reached Osiris's soul, so it...
I'm sorry, thanks to the coding of the Great Pyramid? Is it a computer? Why are you showing Matrix Matrix lettering? No, stop. This is brain slop. Stop it!
Googledebunkers.
could come into the new body of Horus.
Although the dating of the Great Pyramid has been argued by different scientists, there is evidence that below the monument, something existed there that was much older.
When we look at the Great Pyramid, the Second Pyramid, and Third Pyramid, there's no doubt in my mind that they were being reused, should we say, partially reconstructed.
I also, wait, I'm sorry, I got hung up on one of the claims just made. The idea that there is still like a robust debate about when, like, for example, the Great Pyramid of Giza was built. No, we know roughly when it was built. Like, we know who it was built for. We have like the archaeological evidence of like the worker camps of the time. We have, obviously radiocarbon dating of like what was used to stick it all together. We have like contemporary written accounts of like not just how it was put together, but of like the trade manifests for the stone that put it together. Because it turns out, I know you guys might not believe this, people in ancient Egypt could read and write, and they had a robust system of trade and a robust economy, and they transported these stones down the Nile River, so they kept records of how much stone was being shipped. This isn't difficult.
Built upon during dynastic times, just like the Sphinx itself.
Sorry, who is this? Robert Schoch? Just out of curiosity. Okay, the number one result is him discussing lost civilizations like Atlantis. So, not great. Okay, he's really known for apparently a fringe idea that the Sphinx water erosion hypothesis. Okay, the proponents believe this dates the construction of the Sphinx to pre-dynastic Egypt or earlier. The hypothesis is inspired by the myth of Atlantis. No! Why? Oh god, readings by Edgar Casey said that Atlantis was destroyed around 10,500 BC, and that Atlantean refugees brought civilization to Egypt. Yeah, because Egypt couldn't have gotten a civilization on its own. You fools. Oh, good. Oh, good. In the 1950s, French mystic and alternative Egyptologist Schwaller de Lubitsch speculated the body of the Sphinx to be eroded by deluges, and therefore the Sphinx must predate them, further claiming that ancient Egyptian knowledge originated from colonists or refugees of Plato's sunken continent of Atlantis. And Atlantis is not a story about a real place. Plato was not writing about a real place. This is like someone watching Star Wars and saying, "Oh yes, the Death Star, that's a real place. Where did all of the refugees from the Death Star go? Clearly they went to Omaha, Nebraska." Like that, no, that doesn't make sense. That's fucking nonsense. But anyway,
Google debunkers.
Constructed, built upon during dynastic times, just like the Sphinx itself was being repaired during dynastic times. But I'm also convinced that at least the core of those pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid and the Second
we hope you're getting by too, Serious Bread.
Pyramid, go back to a much earlier period. So for instance, the Great Pyramid is actually built on what I would call a sacred mound, and this is acknowledged even by the Egyptologists. Now they say it all goes back to the 4th dynasty, circa 2500 BC, but my analysis is that at least the core, the original portions, for instance, the descending passage, the subterranean chamber, go back to a much earlier period. Then it was built over, and I think some of that building over.
Well, why do you think that? Like, okay, so you think that they're from an older period. Why? Why do you think that?
For it goes back to prior to dynastic times.
Could this be proof of the clan of Osiris and their knowledge? And could this group have harnessed the powers of the universe to bring back a god?
You know, I feel like maybe you should start with the question, are gods real? You know, I feel like you're kind of getting ahead of yourself when you're like, could they have brought back a god? And it's like, well, are gods even real in the first place? Like, I don't know, if you just started a sentence, could they have brought back a unicorn? And you just don't even ask, are unicorns real? That seems kind of, I don't know, it feels like you're kind of missing a step. Could they have brought back Superman? Could they have brought back Harry Potter? Not with J.K. Rowling. No, sir.
Some experts point to the fact that the Great Pyramid itself has always been connected with the afterlife.
Yeah,
What you're
yeah, you know, because it's a tomb. Because it was built to be a tomb. And now we head over to the cemetery. Many people consider the cemetery connected to the concept of the afterlife. Like, yeah, no shit.
You'll find inside those pyramids is acres and acres and acres of texts, deeply inscribed into the walls. They belong to the same vast body of literature to which belongs the famous ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead. And the ultimate moment in your journey through the Duat is your entry into the judgment hall of Osiris, the hall of Ma'at, and where you will be asked to account for everything that you've done with your life. So it seems to me very clear that that the Great Pyramid is part of an attempt to create a three-dimensional model of the afterlife realm.
Graham, are you saying that you think the afterlife is a pyramid? if you I don't know, like what if you are more of into a sphere afterlife?
If the ancient text from both Sumerian cuneiforms and Egyptian books suggest the Great Pyramid as a place to resurrect the dead, could there be another hidden message?
Okay. In the spirit of Milo. Highly recommend Crooked Water, Spirits of the North, King's Point. It's very nice. Has a straight bourbon whiskey finished in port wine barrels. I recommend it. That being said here, just pausing, like slowing the roll a little bit. If you are contending that these buildings were capable of resurrecting the dead, were they just really bad at it? Like, if there are burial chambers in the building, are they just really bad at resurrecting the dead? Like, I guess the gods that they resurrected there didn't do much. I have to conclude.
There is an ancient code to be found within the Great Pyramid. It's within the geometry, not
Don't
just
do
of the
this to
pyramid
me.
itself,
Don't do this
but its
to me.
relationship to the other two main pyramids of the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, if you just assemble the pyramids just so, you'll crack the code. You'll crack the code and hack into the afterlife.
Having studied this for a number of years, it seems to be related very much to do with the idea of the music of the spheres, the idea that there is some kind of connection between the primal tones of the universe itself and their relationship to the creation of form and structure of
I'm sorry, who's
pyramid.
this?
Pyramid. It's within the very much
Andrew Collins. Sorry. Andrew Collins. I don't think it's this guy. Andrew Collins from the Ashes of Angels. Oh, from the Ashes of Angels, The Forbidden Legacy of a Fallen Race. A book that argues angels, demons, and fallen angels were a race of giant beings called the Nephilim. We got our resident giant expert, folks. Oh boy, is he gonna make the argument that the giant statues in Egypt that are occasionally carved are all actually life portraits of Nephilim in the flesh? Boy howdy, I hope we get that. Let's go.
To do with the idea of the music of the spheres, the idea that there is some kind of connection between the primal tones of the universe itself and their relationship to the creation of form and structure in the physical world, and that to somehow attune and enhance this connection, that certain proportions have to be constructed into the design of the pyramid and also the geometry of the landscape itself. And these seem to reflect the musical intervals, in particular those which are known as the perfect fourth, which has a ratio of 4:3, and those known as the perfect fifth, has a ratio of 3:2, one of which is an inverse form of the other.
This is just a slightly more advanced form of numerology, by the way. This is pattern recognition gone awry. Like, I'm sorry, this isn't an argument. Saying this thing kind of looks like this other thing, that's not an argument that they are in fact the same, or that the ancient Egyptians were using those. Though that's not an argument. You need evidence that like people of the time were working towards that, and you don't got any. Because if you had it, you would have used it by now. You would have put that up front.
If the Great Pyramid is indeed a construction to harmonize creation, wherein lies the code to such a great power?
Many people don't know this, but in fact it's not a four-sided pyramid. It has a very slight concavity on each side, making it an eight-sided pyramid. Now, the minute you do this, you not only complicate the design tremendously, but it produces rather bizarre geometry. So, this geometry, when we analyze it, produces numbers. Numbers keep popping out. Numbers that shouldn't be there. Things like universal constants. Constant, that has been known for over 100 years. The phi constant.
Flint Dibble did an amazing video on just this recently. His work and passion for archaeology absolutely come through.
I actually have no idea who Flint Dibble is, but I love learning about new folks who are passionate about history and archaeology, so I will check. Oh, dude, this guy, okay, look. As far as guy who I immediately trust on site to know his shit as like a YouTuber who just really loves archaeology, this guy kind of he's a certain kind of guy, and I gotta say, I trust him. I trust him. Wait, is this the guy that debated Graham Hancock? Wait, is this the guy that debated Graham Hancock on Joe Rogan? Yeah? Oh, okay, I need to watch that that Joe Rogan episode, because I'm always down for scientist or actual person who knows what they're talking about going toe to toe with a pseudoscientist.
The golden ratio, but we have now strange numbers like Euler's number coming up in the design.
Could this geometry produce a message?
Oh, also, sorry, I got distracted by that. The guy that they just showed on screen, his name is Robert Bauval. I'm probably mispronouncing Bauval. I am definitely mispronouncing it. He's the guy who came up with something called Orion correlation theory, which is the idea that the Giza pyramid complex aligns to Orion's belt, and thus there is supposedly a connection there to connecting the Giza complex to the stars. And thus, when you send them off to the afterlife, you're actually sending them out into the universe to the planes of Orion. It's not very convincing, to say the least.
The Great Pyramid is situated within a whisker of latitude 30. It seems like the latitude choice was derived from astronomy, because there's a lens effect of the atmosphere of the Earth, and when you take that into account, the tiny...
Also, just in case anyone doesn't know, stars change over time because, you know, constellations aren't fixed in the sky. The stars move in relation to one another and in relation to Earth. And so constellations look different thousands of years ago. Orion's belt looked different thousands of years ago. This should not be shocking.
Error shy of latitude 30 goes away. They were on astronomical latitude 30, if you like. Seems like a very deliberate choice, because it's not a random latitude. It's 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. This is just...
But they still align now? They didn't align then. The issue that I've taken with this is that people like Bauval, people like Graham Hancock, they say, oh, well, these pyramids were built to align with Orion's belt. Orion's belt didn't look like that back then. And we know that because astronomers flex their intellectual muscle, use their astronomy equipment, and double-checked how it would have looked. And you know what? Didn't look like that. Did not align with the pyramids. And if you're saying, well, they align today, that's just chance and circumstance. That's just numerology. That's just pattern recognition gone awry. It's not like the ancient Egyptian builders at Giza weren't like, yes, in couple thousand years, the Giza pyramids will align with Orion's belt. They weren't thinking that. It's just us retroactively projecting onto them. And that's the problem. The problem is the entire theory is bullshit.
One of the many ways, I feel, in which the Great Pyramid deliberately and purposively speaks to our planet. The next way it does that is that it is aligned. That if you take upon yourself the project of building a pyramid and aligning it to true north, south, east, and west, you wouldn't make any error at all. There is an error in the Great Pyramid. It's tiny. It's 3/60ths of a single degree off true north. This is almost eerie precision because the scale of the monument is so huge. This thing is 481 feet high. It has a footprint of 13, slightly more than 13 acres. It weighs 6 million tons. It consists of 2.5...
Yeah, the people who built this couldn't have understood math or orientation. No, it's only one of the most long-lasting archaeological marvels on the planet. No way they could have understood what they were doing.
Million individual blocks of stone. You're taking that whole gigantic mountain of stone and you are aligning it within just 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. We're not talking about magnetic.
Why wouldn't they have thought that? Well, they wouldn't have thought that because they didn't have astronomy equipment capable of tracking the precession of stars across multiple thousands of years and the changing angle of the Earth and the changing movement of those stars. They didn't have, like, the ability to track that. Now, I will say that even if you granted that they had the ability to track that, what purpose is being served by saying, yes, we're building this in the year, 2500 BC. In 4,500 years, these pyramids will align with these 3 stars. Just granting all of the flawed premises of the argument. What purpose is it serving? Because the purpose that these guys are saying it's serving is spiritual in nature. Like, yes, it's going to send the souls out into the universe. It's gonna, it speaks to universal harmonization. It allows them to be spiritual power plants of unlimited power. Like, you're taking a coincidence and you're saying, yes, this validates all of the underlying supernatural claims. And it just doesn't. And there's no evidence whatsoever that they built these pyramids with that intention in mind. And that's weird considering they wrote extensively about their intentions with the pyramids. It could serve a purpose that we do not understand. that might function as a proponent of your baseline if they didn't have people extensively writing about what exactly these structures were for and how they built them and why they built them. The argument that, like, oh yes, that this totally makes sense. Use your brain. Use your brain. This is like saying, yes, well, because Jesus used the number 12, that means every time there's a number 12 in the Bible, it's a reference to Jesus Christ. And you see, it's evidence, if you connect all of them, that the number 12 is really a sign of God. And if you see a number 12 in your day-to-day existence, it is a sign of good luck. It is a sign that the Holy Ghost is moving through you, and you are now seeing what is out there. You are seeing with eyes unclouded because God is speaking to you through the number 12. This is just pattern recognition gone awry. Again, Sidewalk Connoisseur, they don't perfectly align with Orion. So, again, I was operating under the premise of, like, just granting all of their arguments, but their arguments aren't even backed up by the actual physical evidence that they are claiming back it up. That's the problem. They're liars. And the fact that you are just like, well, they could be telling the truth, though. I don't know. Maybe you need to fact check a little bit more. Do some Google debunking.
Googledebunkers.
There's a large difference between building the Giza complex and numerology. There is a big difference between building the Giza complex and numerology. There is not a big difference between saying, the Giza complex looks like it kind of aligns with Orion's belt, and therefore that's proof that it must have been built with the intention to align with Orion's belt. That is you applying the same thought process that undergirds numerology. That's the issue. This has nothing to do with the builders of Giza and everything to do with your interpretation of flawed pseudoscience being presented to you.
Magnetic north, which varies. We're talking about astronomical north, the true north of this planet. It's a very remarkable thing, and that's the north of this planet. Once again, the great...
There is not a set astronomical north of Earth. The set astronomical north of Earth is relative.
The pyramid is speaking to the Earth.
Could the pyramid be revealing something else about our planet?
Then you find something else as you go deeper. Start measuring the Great Pyramid. Measure it very, very, very precisely. Measure its base perimeter.
Like, you could be taking your talking points from, I don't know, actual archaeologists, actual people who study the archaeology and history of these monuments. But instead, you're sitting here defending, like, pseudoscientists who are discredited in their fields. It's crazy to me. I don't get it. I don't understand the impulse.
And then measure its height. And scale those numbers up. What you find is that at a scale of 1 to 43,200, and I'll explain why that's not a random scale in a moment, on a scale of 1 to 43,200, the dimensions of the pyramid give you the dimensions of this planet. In other words, if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. And if you measure the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. So in all those centuries and millennia, when our ancestors went through the Dark Ages and didn't even know that they were living on a planet, let alone the dimensions of the planet, all they ever had to do was go accurately measure the Great Pyramid, multiply those numbers by 43,200, and they have the dimensions of our planet.
Could this be
Yeah. You know, all they had to do was measure the Pyramid of Giza and then know to multiply those measurements by this number that they would not have come up with. You see, Fivehead.
The evidence to suggest that ancient places like the Great Pyramid are here to always show us our place in the...
Also, did you know that if you built a sphere, you could simply multiply it by a set ratio to find the rough circumference of the planet? Did you know that? Did I just blow your mind?
Stars.
Egyptologists are aware of this, but they say it's a total coincidence. There's no significance to it whatsoever, as far as Egyptologists are concerned. And you know, if the scale were something different, if it were 1 to 57,000 or 1 to 42,000 even, they could be right. The reason they're not right is that the scale is not random.
Okay.
The scale is defined by a key motion of the Earth itself.
Uh-huh.
Our Earth, as well as spinning on its own axis, has a wobble on its axis.
Uh-huh.
That's called precession. Rather, the effect that you get if you set a spinning top spinning. As it begins to slow down, it begins to wobble, and the top of the top begins to transcribe a circle. The Earth does that. If you take the extended north pole of the Earth and extend it out
This is
into the...
giving that one Tim and Eric bit. If you put the universe in a tube, you'd have a large tube.
It really is getting to that, isn't it?
heavens, you'll find that today in our time, it's pointing at a star we call Polaris. That's our pole star. But it hasn't always pointed at Polaris, and it won't always point at Polaris in the future.
Indeed.
Sometimes it'll point at empty space. Sometimes it pointed and will point at other stars. There was a time when Thuban in Draco was the pole star. That's because of the precessional wobble on the Earth's axis. The extended north pole of the Earth isn't always pointing at the same place. Over a cycle of 25,920 years, it's doing that. That's why the pole star changes. At the same time,
Polaris also moves. So that also changes it.
on the horizon, and we know that ancient cultures had a great interest in particular moments of the year, particularly the equinoxes, when night and day are of equal length. It was an obsession of ancient cultures. What was the constellation that lay in the place on the horizon where the sun rose on the spring?
Why are we underestimating people of antiquity? Why are you clinging to the words of a pseudoscientist? Again, people of antiquity didn't do things for no reason. And to say, yes, they simply built the pyramid to align with stars that would be like lined up just so in several thousand years, and then you're like, see, they're lined up just so. It's been several thousand years, and it's like, and what? On top of the fact that they are not, in fact, aligned like you are claiming they are. I don't know. I just want some kind of evidence, man. Present some evidence to me that that was the intention of the builders of the Pyramid of Giza. Otherwise, it is exactly the same as saying look, they built them in squares. If you look at the bottom of the pyramids, they're square-shaped. Clearly, the ancient Egyptians must have done this because they knew in the future there would be squares inside of Belgian waffles. And they loved the idea of Belgian waffles. Like, this is the exact same kind of shit you're doing. And I'm asking for evidence. I'm just asking for evidence. Like, God. I'm just asking for evidence. It'll be back. It'll be back, guys. Don't you worry. I'm just asking for some evidence here. Like, you don't need to be like, Yes, this is clearly evidence that the ancient Egyptians in their foresight predicted Belgian waffles. That's not selling ancient Egyptians short. I'm sure if the ancient Egyptians had Belgian waffles, they would have really liked it. I just don't think the Giza pyramids are evidence of that. We thought Big Debunker got you?
Googledebunkers.
No. Didn't you see the Stargate? Alright. So, apparently, YouTube has a problem with this specific part being played. We're gonna jump ahead towards a later part of the video. I think that Graham Hancock in particular, those segments tend to attract the YouTube goblins. So what did happen? YouTube's automated system said, oh, you might be playing something that is from the Gaia channel. So we jump ahead here. And this image is immediately promising as we jump ahead, of course. Came from YouTube? YouTube's back. Big Pyramid got her? Indeed, indeed. Here we go.
Interestingly enough, the numbers Tesla was obsessed with show up in the equations of the Great Pyramid. The numbers Graham has
okay, but here's the thing. Like, when we're talking, I'm like already, when we're talking about the equations of the Great Pyramid, are we talking the equations used by the builders of the pyramid that you have evidence for, or are we talking like you took the measurements of the pyramid and then you just stretched them every which way and say these are the equations that went into building it when you actually have no evidence of those equations being used? You know, like, I don't think they have evidence that, like, oh, if you make the pyramids X times bigger, it's the size of the Earth can fit inside of it. I mean, I guess one can just extrapolate that about any shape, but
included from his research on the pyramid are 72, 43,200, 600, 30, 25,920, and 2,160.
oh my god, 99639. Oh my god, it's the 369 again. No way. This is just numerology bullshit.
And all of those numbers either equal 3, 6, or 9.
Then let's give you one more example.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna crash out here.
Let's track east from Giza. Let's go off to Cambodia.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's go off to Cambodia.
Angkor in Cambodia.
Uh-huh. Okay.
An amazing site. Again, very much devoted to the
Are these the carvings of the Nephilim? Clearly evidence of ancient Nephilim. They carved big human faces. Clearly the faces of giants.
Investigation of the mystery of death. The very word Angkor actually has a meaning in the ancient Egyptian language. It means life to the Horus. And lo and behold, it turns out that Angkor, with its pyramidal monuments, Angkor lies exactly 72 degrees of longitude east of Giza. I do not believe that that is an accident or a coincidence.
Yeah, guys. Look. 72 degrees? It's very significant. Clearly, I can't pretend that this is legitimate in any way, shape, or form.
I think there's a deep and ancient connection, and what we're looking at in Angkor, because that site was continuously used by many later cultures, both Hindu and Buddhist, what we're looking at in Angkor is the latest incarnation of a much more ancient site, which, just like Giza, goes back into remote prehistory.
Could these precise calculations be spread across the globe?
Again, the way that this works is that they say, yes, it's no accident that it's 72 degrees. These are the result of precise calculations. And a bunch of SEALs will just sit there and say, yes, of course. They used precise calculation in order to arrive at that number. So clearly, it must be relevant in some way. Clearly, these two cultures are connected across a vast distance of time and space.
And communicating a code? Is it possible this is what Nikola Tesla tapped into?
No. Just no, actually. I'm sorry. The connection here is Nikola Tesla really thought pyramids were cool. And then you're going in retroactively saying, yes, Nikola Tesla thought pyramids were cool and had some ideas about them, and clearly that indicates, I don't know, insert at least 24 different mainstream conspiracy theories about Egypt and the far, the Eastern countries.
Robert Bauval predicts this is the language of the future.
The way we read the universe is through mathematics and through its geometry. Through its mathematics and geometry, we need to know, slowly through our evolution, we begin to work out how triangles work, circles, ellipses, various.
Yes, through our evolution, we are evolutionarily designed for triangles.
Shapes, and now work out the numbers, how they produce numbers. So having said this, the language that we as human beings will be communicating sounds a bit too science fiction, but I don't think we'll be talking English or Chinese in the next 2-3 centuries. Already we're using a different language using computers. I think we'll be talking mathematics in the sense that to get a pure...
The language of computers is not... Okay.
Pure idea out to get...
I'm just so tired.
A pure thought out and to structure it so that you understand exactly what I'm talking about, the shape, the size, the dimension, the weight.
I just want to point out that we've had mathematics for thousands of years. It's still not a universal language. Maybe... That's not true. There's one... Look, you can communicate a lot with a 6 and a 9. That's all I'm going to say.
The speed, I'll have to number it, I'll have to put mathematics. The Great Pyramid is speaking that language, it's transmitting that language.
It is using geometry. That is certainly true. Architecture does communicate. It's why people built monuments, to communicate ideas and show what was important and should be important in their mind. It's why people built cathedrals. It's why people built impressive structures.
Silent language, if you like, that needs to be read. We don't need Egyptologists, we don't need experts in hieroglyphs. It doesn't have hieroglyphs. We need mathematicians.
The pyramids have hieroglyphs. I don't know, like... you kind of need to read the hieroglyphs though to understand what the people who built it for, which again is not really that related to what you're talking about at all.
We need mathematicians to read it. And that's one of the goals, is to tempt them to get into this.
Yes, not all the pyramids have hieroglyphics in them. The ones that the Pyramid of Giza do. Like the Giza complex has hieroglyphics talking about what happened, what they were doing, etc. We have archaeological evidence of like the dig site, not the dig sites, the building sites. Sorry for knocking the mic.
We've moved in a direction when we rely on external knowledge. We seem to think that the answer is out there and we look for it. Well, the answer may be inside us. I truly believe this. And therefore we need to rechange how we see ourselves and how we educate ourselves. I think what's in
Pyramids were inside you all along. Don't you see? The pyramids were inside each of us. Inside even each of us, a pyramid has been erected. And we must learn to project that pyramid out into the world. Be the pyramid you want to see in the world.
Interesting now is that the science is beginning to sort of touch the frontiers of what you would call in general terms spirituality. We begin to realize that the universe is mental. It is a mental universe. And we need to think in different forms, not just purely classical science.
Yeah, you're totally right. That's what the pyramids of Giza were built to teach us. They were built to teach us that we need to build mind ships to explore the galaxy.
If indeed the purpose...
That's what Carl Sagan did. All of the images and the video of him traveling around the galaxy and the universe, he did that for real in a mind ship. Get on his level, chat.
Of the Great Pyramid was to educate humans on our place in time and space. Could it also be a device to help change our consciousness?
Yeah, no, guys. Look, you're underestimating the ancient Egyptians. Okay, if you don't think that the pyramids were a device to change consciousness based on exactly diddly shit evidence.
I have for a long while argued that the central concept of certainly the pyramids of Egypt, and I think the case is true all over the world, was to do with the transformation of human consciousness.
Math is cultural.
I'm gonna lose
The
it.
reason when we sent the golden records we used diagrams of atoms to explain the way we math. Egypt used base 8 mathematics. The values they are displaying would not have been possible under that system.
Excellent point, Uncle Simric. Thank you for the $20 super chat to relay that information. And if you are, as I'm sure Uncle Simric is aware, but perhaps all of you are not aware, the number 20 is actually very deeply related in the ancient religion of Göbekli Tepe. You see, there are 20 statues lining the ancient halls of the site, and those statues all align perfectly with various stars that are, at different times in alignment with them over the course of thousands of years, tens of thousands of years even. And also that is a sign that you should align your consciousness not just with, your own intention, but also with the stars themselves. And not only that, clearly, once you've aligned your heart, your mind, your inner pyramid with those stars, you will unlock the secret to true life and happiness and resurrection, and also understand that everyone who donates $20 to this channel is guaranteed a spot in the afterlife, which, as we all know, is shaped like a gigantic pyramid. So, all that being said, those of you who wish to secure your spot in the afterlife, you may line up and do so in an orderly fashion. It's clearly all backed up by very precise calculations.
Whatever else the Great Pyramid is, the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt, whatever else it is for sure an instrument that works upon human consciousness.
Could the
Yes, insofar as it is an object that exists and is perceived and experienced by conscious beings, yes, it does influence your consciousness in the same way seeing an ocelot gallivanting around influences your consciousness. And you know what? Just little.
Once you align your hole with this nonsense, you will be ready for them to asterisk you.
Indeed, Sake, indeed. Just real quick. Look at this. Look at this. An ocelot manipulating your conscious state. Look at that. Look at it go. Whoa. Look at it. It's manipulating your consciousness as we speak. Whoa. Look at it go. It's manipulating socks and consciousness. It actually manipulates more things than the pyramids of Giza. Look at that. Whoa. Wowee. Cool. Do ocelots manipulate consciousness? Let's use our very precise mathematics to find out.
The Great Pyramid be a monument that was built to withstand all catastrophes so that humanity could always have the codes to the universe? Standing near the pyramid is another monument that has baffled experts for...
Oh god, are they gonna go with the ancient Sphinx hypothesis that's been thoroughly debunked? I bet they are, because that's what they've done with everything else so far.
Ages.
In the 1990s, when I first started studying the Sphinx, what I determined is that it must go back to an earlier climatic period.
It does not. The dating does not back that up at all. It's why all of these people are fringe wacko conspiracy theorists who have to do the UFO circuit on the History Channel. Like, they don't have evidence to back up their claims, otherwise they would be accepted within academia.
I initially calibrated these, I knew that it had to be at least 5,000 to 7,000 BC. Since then, I've continued my studies, and I'm convinced at this point that we have to go back to at least around 10,000 BC.
Up next, the code left behind by the Sphinx.
You know, I don't think we ever really got, we're at the end of this, by the way. We never got an explanation at how the pyramids were supposed to unlock limitless energy, other than Nikola Tesla liked them and he patented a wireless energy transfer device that no one else has been able to build. So, I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys. Also, this has 10 million views, and I just... What did After School contribute to this outside of the first 30 seconds where they just were like, we don't know when, how, who, or why the pyramids were built? And this is their best performing video. It's just regurgitating content from Gaia. Cool. I don't know, man. If you want to engage in this kind of pseudoscience, why not just engage in the fun pseudoscience? You know, like just watch Stargate SG-1. Watch the Stargate shows. They're fun. Sure, they're based on conspiratorial chariots of the god nonsense, but the shows treat that as silly nonsense and dramatize like fighting space aliens through stargates. And that's fun. It's fun watching that concept play out. What the issue is, these guys try, instead of like putting it in the realm of fantasy where it belongs, they go, yes, but what if I just spouted things that are counter to the historical record, don't have any evidence for them, or rely on the blatant misinterpretation of evidence, and then they try and inject that same pseudoscientific thinking into the mainstream of society. And then you get a bunch of people who are addicted to like crystals and woo and nonsense bullshit who think vaccines are going to harm their children because of the crystalline entities that inhabit the serum. And then they just let their kids die as a result. Because RFK Jr., a guy who is pushed forward by the companies that profit off of this pseudoscience bullshit, the publishing houses that publish it, the health companies that seek to take advantage of the nonsense bullshit. And then these guys go on big podcasts that are sponsored by these bullshit woo companies that are selling supplements and crystals and what have you, turning them into billion-dollar companies that then also donate to politicians. Like, this is in no small part contributing to our society being ripped apart due to a lack of critical thinking, due to, you know, folks watching Joe Rogan and uncritically engaging with pseudoscience on a regular basis. It's really frustrating. And I don't think people truly understand. And I don't think there's a part of me, if I'm gonna be a little bit
Pyramid
pessimistic.
produces crazy people put crazies on wheel, crazies expel infinite hot air, wheel turns turbine. Infinite energy solved.
Meghar, brilliant. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But there's a pessimistic part of me. I read a quote from I believe a infectious disease researcher whose research had been stopped by RFK Jr.'s cuts and Doge's cuts, right? That the one thing that is going to cut through all of this bullshit is that if you eliminate the folks who are teaching about infectious disease, if you eliminate the, you know, efforts to curb infectious disease, then the teacher that will ultimately teach our wider society about the importance of vaccination and public health is going to be the disease itself. And that quote has kind of haunted me for the last couple months, not gonna lie. Because this type of pseudoscience is what feeds all of these woo movements, all of these anti-intellectual movements. And it is going to be one of those things where the rude awakening that will snap people out of this, or at least some people out of this, is going to be when like they watch their loved ones die. And it's going to be a really awful and horrific way for people to learn. Like if you have, you know, hell, 12% more, 15% more people refusing vaccinations during the next pandemic, a lot more people are going to die. And RFK Jr. isn't the only one responsible for that. He's just a figurehead of a long-time push to discredit the sciences. And that push is funded by companies that profit off of it. They're funded by billionaires who see the pseudosciences as useful idiots who are pushing against academia and intellectualism that might oppose them. And it's a bunch of systems aligned in order to push this. And I think more people need to realize how dangerous it is. COVID taught us that even watching your loved ones die will not cause people to reassess, but double down on their stupidity. Yeah, but the issue is, I think a lot of folks didn't really understand the danger of COVID. A lot of people during COVID didn't really get it, even if they watched loved ones die. And when we look at the potential of like a bird flu epidemic, just as one example, if you have a level of non-participation in an attempt to make a solution, it's going to be exponentially worse than COVID. Because with COVID, even with the vaccine deniers, you had people, you still had people going like, "Oh, I don't really want it, but I'll get it." Those people aren't going to get it next time, and it's going to make the death toll much worse. What's the big deal? I don't care if some birds get the flu. Yeah. All right. All that being said, I thought this was a fascinating video to go through. I am by no means an expert. I am but a humble
Google debunkers.
But I had a lot of fun with this. I am gonna say that I think more folks need to engage with this content critically, because I think it's one of those things that only a mass engagement with it in a critical fashion to deride or debunk it is required to push it out of mainstream. I feel like it survives and is propagated by people just not really caring or paying attention to it. So all that being said, I hope you got something out of this. I really, really do. If you did, hit that like button. Consider leaving a comment down below. The comments really, really, really help. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. And also check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. We tested it out with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and the results are in. People like it. It's really good. It is high quality femme lingerie designed to fit your body and be comfortable. It's a non-tucking lingerie line. So please consider checking it out. Again, ImogeneOlivia.com. You should have a link down below in the description. And with that, I'll see you next time. There we go. We did it. Oof. 1 second. I need to turn down my heater. Be right back. In like a second. Don't go anywhere.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you? Also, thanks for the D&D campaign inspiration tonight, Jack.
I did my squats, I promise. Hell yeah. Also, Uncle Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thanks for the D&D campaign inspiration tonight. You're very welcome. Is it too late to order in time for Christmas? Depends on where you are. The shipping has so far seemed like it has a pretty good turnaround. I think you might be able to order in time for Christmas, that one American. You know, 2 weeks probably is fine. I can ask my partner, of course. Do. Yeah, the estimated delivery at the moment is between December 13th and December 16th. So if you ordered now, it would get there in time for Christmas. Nice jammies, loser. Thanks. My sweatpants are very comfy. She's gonna love it? Hell yeah, that one American. Thank you, Patrick Lucas. Just ate a whole pound of spring mix greens? Oh, fuck yeah. Vegetables. I had a buffalo chicken salad for dinner and it was fucking bomb. And Latzi, I'm glad you're enjoying your lingerie. My partner really appreciated the email. Waiting for the wife to come home. It's always, it is always better to eat with the wife. A whole buffalo? A whole buffalo. When I bent over to turn down my heater, did you guys catch a look at my sweatpants? You guys saw a little bit of my jammy booty. Well, yes, we did. Thank you for letting me know. I figured. All right. Let's see. Okay. Now, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the stream, have you guys been liking it? That's a great question. That is 174 likes. You know, I think you guys can hit 200 likes. We got a little song to let you know what to do, okay? And it goes a little something like this. Go. Click the button. Seculoid, if you want your handle changed, you can message Salmon Moose. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. It's been great minus the brain rot. Fair. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Let's go. Oh god, guys, you're so close. You are so close to 200. Do you use blush? Your cheeks are always so rosy and cute. No, I just have a very pale disposition and naturally rosy cheeks. My mom had rosacea, and I don't know if I inherited the rosacea, but I did inherit the rosy cheeks. They get all, if I'm out in the cold, they get all flushed. It's honestly kind of adorable. Like if I'm wearing like a little hat and like a coat and I'm all bundled up, I'm fucking cute as shit. Jack is my favorite Undertale human. Thank you. That's a huge compliment. My determination increases. Hello, Maliki. I'm just really Irish. I mean, I did drink whiskey, that's true. Okay. I think a lot of you guys wanted to see Ben debate someone from Gen Z, and I have to confess a morbid curiosity about it. So, let's check it out, huh? Also, thank you to everyone who's supporting stream. I genuinely appreciate that you guys allow me to do what I do on a daily basis. Like this job can be really stressful, especially because like income is inconsistent to say the least. But I really fucking appreciate that you guys come through for me stream after stream. It genuinely means the world to me. Thank you for entertaining us. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, just worth noting, I believe we are almost halfway to our goal. That's right, we broke the 200 mark. We're getting closer and closer to Heat, Vision, and Jack. And I, for one, am really excited. If I somehow became an eccentric rich guy, is it weird to occasionally send a giant amount of money? No, because I literally survive off of that.
XD.
YouTuber Grudge, thank you for the $50 super chat. I very much appreciate that. And again, just to reiterate, if you became a rich guy, 1, congrats. And 2, if you occasionally send me a giant amount of money, I certainly appreciate that because, again, you guys make this possible. And honestly, if I reach a certain amount in size, I have a lot of ideas for what I want to do, but we are not anywhere close to that size yet, sadly. And YouTuber Grudge, bringing us up to 218. And I can't help but notice that's the equivalent of 10 tier 1 subs. I can't help but notice it's time. Could I jam to my stuff for now? You can, but that'd make you a muter. Do you want to be a muter or do you want to be a tutor? Just remember, you can speed it up or slow it down for $5. Yay! baby. Jammer, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Make it worse? I'm sorry. You want it to be slower? Just confirming. Just confirming. Slower. Oh, God. All right. We're going all the way down. This is the level, this is the speed at which Trump's brain is going right now. Slightly faster? Okay. Ba-ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-ba-bum, boom, 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 Ooh, baby. Oh. Da 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 da. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Slightly slower. Damn. Oh my God. Da, da. This is brain death. This is what brain death sounds like. I don't know. Who is that? Oh. This is the Egyptian architect we were talking about earlier. This is Hemiun, one of the architects of the Giza pyramid complex. He's got huge tits. Just colossal knockers. Immortalized through time and space. Oh my god. Unknown YouTuber grudge. I feel like this is what it would audibly be like if you translated a really slow-mo infomercial bumble into musical form. Oh. Guys, the key to your release is in your own hands. It's not my fault. This tradition is only made unbearable by you guys. I didn't make this very slow. That was you guys. I just got MK Ultra'd. You've convinced me to detransition. No! This is, yeah, we're merely cleansing your chakras after that pyramid video. Oh god. The fucking children. The slow-mo children cheering is just the worst part of the entire production. Holy fuck. We did it. We made it through. Yeah, the slowed down children cheering is like some straight up like analog horror bullshit. And now we hear the last dying screams of once mighty once mighty African herbivore as Tiki the elephant slowly sink into the mire. One last triumphant blast before they are silenced forever. It's the Cheers and Gemini Home Entertainment, exactly. Oh god, it is over, comrade girl. I didn't ask to be born. I didn't plead to have these ears. Why, God? Why? God.
Chat be like this, but with slower.
Don't blame you for desiring me. The monarch is delicious. Now say it.
I need my king butterfly.
Deeper.
I need my...
Deeper. I need... No, deeper.
Butterfly.
Deeper. Way deeper.
Butterfly.
Deeper.
King.
Deeper.
Butterfly.
It's deeper.
I need.
Venture Brothers is so good. It's so fucking great. Chat be like this, but with slower, indeed. Why is it so slow? Says chat as they furiously push the slow down button. Dr. Girlfriend is his love's name, right? I think so, yeah. The context is that his girlfriend has just like she's not even a trans woman. She just has a deep voice. She's just like like a woman who sounds Dr. Like here.
Everyone is here.
It's quite a turnout.
Look over there. It's the bearded specter. Oh my god, look what he's got on.
Are those giant shorts or tiny pants?
She just has a very deep voice. She sounds like a New York taxi driver. Yeah, exactly. This scene is amazing. It really is. Oh, God. Did she leave him for a bit and he was missing her? Yes. All right. Wow, I've never seen that before. I highly recommend checking out Venture Bros. It's really good. Okay. Content. Here we go, folks. You ready for some content? Here we go. So, folks, Ben Shapiro hasn't been doing so hot lately, so it seems like he's decided to return to his roots of trying to debate, college students. Except he's a little bit older now, so maybe he's like, well, I'm not going to debate a college student. I'll debate someone from Gen Z. Let's just go. We'll talk to someone from Gen Z, and I'll own them on the economy. And I can't help but notice that this video that has been up on his channel for the last 6 days has 46,000 views, and his main YouTube channel has 7 million subscribers. That ain't good. So let's see. I'm just curious, because I feel like it would be doing better on his channel if he owned Gen Z on economics. Is the well running dry? Let's find out.
You may notice something about this video already. I'm off center, which means someone is about to roll into frame. That someone is Madison.
I'm going.
Wow, that wasn't awkward at all. She's 24 and apparently has questions about affordability and economics. So get ready for some true excitement.
Okay, I already have so many questions. Because number one, this makes Ben Shapiro, for those who don't know, back in the day used to be called the cool kids philosopher, right? This does not make him look like a cool kids philosopher, number one. Number two, who is Madison? You gonna introduce her? Like, who is she? Is she like, you're introducing her like she's just some lady, but like who is she? Is she an intern at the Daily Wire? Is she a friend of a friend? Did you just find her on a college campus? What exactly is going on here? What is she doing here? Because clearly this isn't someone who just came in off the street being like, Ben Shapiro, I'd like to talk to you about the economy, Mr. Man. Like that, I don't think that's what happened here. So like, who is she? And then before you say, check the show description, I did look at the show description. She is not further described in the description. So let's see what this is about. Why is everything so expensive? Which I guess is the current marching order for the Daily Wire. Not to spoil a future segment here, but literally
That's a screen grab.
Literally 4 days ago, Matt Walsh put out a video. Why does everything we buy suck now? And we're going to cover that at some point in the near future. But in the meantime, affordability seems to be the name of the game here. They really think this is going to be the new thing. And it doesn't seem to be the new thing, at least not yet. Why is everything so expensive? Couldn't possibly be because of Donald Trump and his tariffs. Or the greed of corporations. No. Has to be the people who are wrong. It's wokeness.
Here we go.
Okay, let's talk about affordability. So specifically, why has affordability gotten as bad as it has? And also, what are some ways that we can get grocery prices specifically down? Because that's where I approach the most struggle in my daily life as a young 24-year-old. You know, you go there and eggs are like $6 versus the $2 I paid when I was in college.
Yeah, so the best way to sort of understand in very, very basic economic terms how the price of a good is
Oh boy, we're back to we're falling back to like Glenn Beck's old shtick of explaining things with whiteboards. Let's go.
decided. A typical supply-demand curve looks something like this. Okay, so here on the y-axis you have the price of a good.
Okay.
Here on the x-axis you have the quantity of a good. Okay, so right as the supply of a good increases and the demand comes down, then the price decreases. Okay, so here's where your price would be when they meet.
Except that does not, in fact, represent the curve for all things. There are other goods that do not operate on this curve. But okay.
Okay, is when the supply, this is called equilibrium, is,
Okay.
is where the supply and demand curves meet. So some of the egg price
Yeah,
crisis.
exactly. You have elastic goods and products, and you have inelastic goods and products. You got...
That had to do with actual like disease among chickens and mass slaughter of
Oh.
chickens. There was some of that happened a couple of years ago, and the egg prices have sort of reduced from where they were a year or two ago. But everything remains incredibly elevated again because of the injection of all of this money into the economy under the Biden administration. There are these huge.
Yeah. Definitely no one else injected money into the economy during, say, a global crisis that led to that led to a lot of people losing their jobs just like a handful of years ago. No, yeah, all of those stimulus checks during COVID, they got them not from
Elastic goods?
printing.
Quick, plug your business.
Check out ImogeneOlivia.com. ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie. Buy it because it's the holidays and you might know a trans person who needs it, and also to spite Ben Shapiro. All right, let's go.
Huge bills that went forth that
Link should be down in the description, by the way.
kind of spread huge amounts of money. Plus, the Federal Reserve was really, really loose in its lending policy. That's why the interest rates were too low.
Got it.
So they were injecting enormous amounts of money. And, you know, again, all of the COVID stimulus that went in 2020, just free health.
Yeah. You know, all of the COVID stimulus that went in 2020, you know, when Donald Trump was president.
Helicopter money to everybody
Right.
raises the price. So the question is, what are we comparing grocery prices to? So if we're comparing grocery prices to where they were 6 years ago, they're extraordinary. If we're comparing them to where they were 1 year ago, then they're slightly higher than they were a year ago, but everybody was freaking out a year ago, and they should have been freaking out a year ago.
Yeah.
And so I think one of the things President Trump is competing with is where the baseline lies. Does the baseline lie from when he took office, or is the baseline where kind of all of our heads are at 5 years ago, I could, go to the grocery store and spend half of what I'm currently spending. As far as what could be done to bring down grocery prices right now, I mean, he should get rid of the tariff.
Is this a debate or is he just going to mansplain? I think he's going to try and mansplain this. Oh, look, Ben Shapiro. I mean, I think he should get rid of the tariffs. Oh, you think, Ben? You think you, a fan of small government, supposedly? You think he should get rid of the tariffs that he himself imposed unilaterally on all of us and has irrevocably destroyed business and our international relations as a result? Crazy. What a wild conclusion to come to, Ben.
The tariffs are going to temporarily increase grocery prices because they're reducing the supply of the products that you want to buy. He himself is acknowledging this. He recognizes that, for example, bananas and coffee, too expensive. So what did he just do? He relieved tariffs on bananas and coffee.
Yeah, the tariffs he put in place because he's a moron. Like, if you thought about it for 5 seconds, you'd know not to put those tariffs on in the first place. Yeah, uncertainty drives prices up because if people don't know what the Mad King is gonna do, they charge more because it's harder to get the things that they want and they don't know what their prices are gonna be next time.
Right, which is a tacit acknowledgement that when you get rid of tariffs, then the prices tend to go down. Now, there is a study that came out recently that suggested...
Also, wait, I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
...on bananas and coffee, right? Which is a tacit acknowledgement that when you get rid of tariffs, then the prices tend to go down. Now, there is a study that came out recently.
That wouldn't affect the price of eggs, though, Ben. Also, Ben, corporations price gouge, Ben. Ben. Just Ben. Ben, maybe this has something to do with it, Ben. Hey, Ben. Ben, the egg industry literally has a history of colluding to do this, Ben. Hey, Ben. Hey, Ben. Ben Shapiro. Cool kids philosopher, Ben Shapiro. Hey. What about this? U.S. investigates egg producers over soaring prices. Justice Department is said to be focused on potential antitrust violations because they keep colluding about goddamn egg prices. Hey, Ben. Hey, Ben. Hey, Ben. It's corporate greed. It's corporate greed, Ben. I don't know. Hey, look at this. Cal Maine rakes in massive profits thanks to bird flu. Cal Maine produces more than 1 in 5 of the eggs we eat in the United States and is the country's leading egg producer. It owns 43 egg production facilities, with which stuff an average of 1 million hens into each operation. It's also one of the few publicly traded egg corporations, which means some of its financial data is public. We looked at the company's reports to the Securities Exchange Commission and USDA data on egg production and bird flu. Despite narratives blaming bird flu shortages for price hikes, Cal Maine factory farms remained free of bird flu until December of 2023. In fact, during the company's fiscal year of 2023, June 2022 through May 2023, it sold 7% more eggs compared to 2021. That same year, its profits soared more than 7 times. So, to be clear, from 2022 to 2023, it sold 7% more eggs, but its profits went up by 700%. Because they're price gouging. At what point do we realize that in a post-truth world, nothing objective matters to these people? Yeah, but what I'm banking on it, what I'm hoping on is that you guys care, despite the world being post-truth to these losers, that you guys care about what's true. And I'm doing this show for you guys, not for Ben Shapiro. Because Ben Shapiro is paid not to care or understand these issues. Clearly.
That suggested that tariff policy leads to deflation, that it leads to lower prices over time. People are reading that study wrong. What that study says is that tariffs actually lead to job loss. Job loss leads to people not being able to buy things. When people can't buy things, demand goes down, and so the actual price goes down. So
yeah, so another way of saying that is that Donald Trump is killing American businesses. Yes.
long-term prices go down because you wreck the economy with big tariff regimes, which is not exactly what you actually want to go for.
That's so scary.
Yeah, so I think that
Godcat, I am bisexual. Thank you.
we have an excellent supply chain domestically in the United States
Right.
for food. The biggest problem is just a generalized problem that we feel mostly at the grocery store because it's the most immediate place we spend a lot of money. Again, it's kind of like the clearest place that you see.
Yeah. We have a good supply chain in the United States that doesn't rely on all those foreign corporations, except, for everything that makes our current food logistical line possible. All of the parts and such, and all of the things that allow us to make the parts and such come from elsewhere.
Is in the food prices, but everything has gone up tremendously over the course of the Biden
Right.
administration and is kind of coming down, but hasn't gone down.
Man, it'd be really cool if we knew, like, where Madison was coming from, like, who she is as a person, like, what org does she represent, like, who is she? Is she gonna just uncritically swallow all of this? Because it kind of seems like she might. I don't know. I'm looking for some, like, critical engagement with what Ben is saying here.
Down all the way under Trump. When I say gone down, it actually, I should correct. The prices went up like this under Joe Biden, and now the prices are going up like this under Trump. Everybody wants the prices to actually come down. If you want the
Right.
prices to actually come down, you need a deflation rate, not an inflation rate. Right? The inflation rate right now is 3%. So that means that everything is now 3% higher than it was 1 year ago. Well, if last year it increased by 11%, and you're adding another 3 on top of that, then that's still really high. When people say they want prices to come down,
She's from the Brett Cooper cloning vat. I mean, but my question is she, like, does she work for the Daily Wire? Because if she does, I'm inclined to agree with you. But, like, genuinely, they haven't established her bona fides for us to be able to say that she does.
and this is what politicians refuse to understand, they don't mean that they want the trajectory to look like that. They mean they want the trajectory to look like this.
Yes.
Okay, and if you want the trajectory to look like this, you need to pursue actual deflationary policies. And deflationary policies, that's a scary thing, because deflation very typically exists only with radical increase in supply, which, again, we have pretty good supply chains, so it really isn't a supply.
Well, you could always tax the rich and circulate more of their money in the economy, just as an idea. If you wanted to free up more money, you could free up the wealthiest people in society's money, so that the society that made them wealthy in the first place can sustain itself and not have people dying in the streets. But, Ben would never advocate for that.
Supply problem, per se.
Yeah.
Or radical decrease in demand. And if you want to radically decrease demand,
You have to crash the economy.
yes, that's typically the way that deflation tends to occur. So basically get you...
I'm sorry. Ben Shapiro, for the last decade, has basically argued that Republicans are good on the economy, that Donald Trump is good on the economy, and we are less than a year into Donald Trump being president for the second time, and he's like, yes, deflationary policies, if pursued, would crash the economy. So, yeah, get used to it, I guess. And, like, that's... I don't know, is that not, like, a stunning indictment of, like, everything you profess to believe in over the last decade? Is that not worth some level of introspection?
To these prices is all I'm saying. Unless you have a
Good night,
DeLorean and you can go
Dragonfly.
talk to Jerome Powell about radically reducing interest rates in a time of gigantic government subsidies pushed by both the late Trump administration and the entirety of the Biden administration. I don't have a time machine. There's never been a period in America.
Also, Ben's rewriting history here, just as an FYI, because keep in mind, the United States government under Donald Trump 1 voted to give literally trillions of dollars to the wealthiest people to ever exist. And Donald Trump under the second administration, the entire GOP voted unanimously to provide like even more trillions of dollars to the wealthiest people to ever exist. So, if you want to look at anyone who's crashing the economy at the moment, it would be the guys who are looting our country and giving the money to the wealthiest people, again, to ever exist to the tune of trillions of dollars. Good night, Dragonfly. Join your local Dems indeed. Radicalize them.
American history that was significantly deflationary over time that did not coincide with a significant economic downturn.
So essentially, the state of what we're living in right now, economically.
This is the new normal. It's the new normal.
This
now.
is the new
it's
normal.
Baked into the cake. Yep.
Because of how high it was during the.
Sorry, me a little audio snafu there. Let me backtrack just slightly.
Biden. This is the new
it's
normal.
Baked into the cake. Yep.
Because of how high the inflation was during the Biden administration.
Right.
He was like handing checks, doing lots of subsidies, doing all these things. And now we're suffering the consequences of that.
And I think politically, it's one of the reasons why politicians need to be careful how they talk. So Trump came into office and he said, I'm going to bring the prices back down. What he should have said is, Joe Biden embedded these prices in the economy. You can't undo everything Joe Biden did. It's not possible unless I just...
Well, Joe Biden didn't embed these prices in the economy. I guess that's why he didn't bring up, for example, collusion to artificially inflate prices, to essentially price gouge the American public with the egg companies. I guess that's why he didn't bring it up earlier. It's because he wants to frame Joe Biden as like the great Satan of our time who dastardly made the eggs more expensive. That it's a pretty bad argument. Not gonna lie.
Suck all the money that he gave you, go back in time, suck all the money out of everybody's pocket. You could increase supply, but it's hard to see how you increase the egg supply. How do you triple in order to get back to the old prices, you have to like increase the egg supply by a factor of 2 or 3. Right? You have to increase the turkey supply by a factor. Like,
no, you don't have to increase the egg supply by a factor of 2 or 3 to reduce prices. You could simply, I don't know, pass legislation that would limit the amount egg producers can price gouge for their eggs. That is also an option. Like when you find out that there's an illegal monopoly fixing egg prices, seems kind of like you should do something about that.
how are you going to do that? Very difficult to see how.
During Trump's last campaign when he won in 2024, everybody kept saying that the reason the economy is so bad is because we're living in the economy that Trump created. That was like the agenda that the left was pushing, was the reason things are so bad is because of what Trump previously did. But the reality that we're looking at here is that all the government subsidies and Biden, printing money and just handing money to people, I mean, it's monopoly money at that point because
literally, have we all forgot Trump checks? Like, I'm sorry, Donald Trump is literally right now trying to push an idea of giving $2,000 checks to Americans, but Biden is the one who's printing money and throwing it around? What are you talking about? Like, if we're talking about they were throwing money around because of the child tax credit existed, that was the single most successful anti-poverty intervention of the modern era. It lifted over half of children living in poverty out of poverty. It was crazy successful. That's not just printing money and throwing it into the ether, because that money then circulates in local economies, right? The guys who are giving all of this money that then goes into coffers and doesn't circulate, That's the GOP. That's Ben Shapiro's guys. Play this clip real quick. I trust you. What is this?
Let me tell you something, because this is important. Farmers need to stop playing in people's faces with this "I'm poor" stuff right now, because people are sick of it. Poor people don't start small farms. You're gonna start a small specialty crop thing, you need money and or access for land, for expertise, for equipment, supplies, irrigation equipment, crop row covers, you need high tones, you need greenhouses, you need hoop houses, you need places to store the stuff, ways to pack it, like all that stuff costs money. See, I've never been poor a day in my life, but I grew up in Southeast DC in the 80s and the 90s. So, while I didn't live in the projects, I was surrounded by the projects. And I've seen what actual poverty looks like. And none of these people, at any point, ever had the resources or the access to be able to start a small farm of any kind. Them people didn't have the money to start a container garden on the porch. Now, as a result of dumping your money and your access and your privilege or whatever into starting your small farm, you might now be broke, but broke and poor aren't the same thing. Shit, bro, I'm broke. I got $40 that's got to last me until the end of the month. But I've also got this house that I'm going to inherit on 2 acres. I'm on 3 trust funds. The interest in my business is worth $500,000. My support network is drowning in money. My parents have money. My in-laws have money. My cousins, my brothers have money. My best friends are a radiologist, an attorney, a dentist, a CPA, a guy that has a $30 million contract with HUD, and a guy that lives in Dubai, and I still don't know what this nigga does for a living. So what I'm saying is, I'm broke right now because my business has me dumping almost all of my money into it, for potential future gain. But hell will freeze and thaw and freeze again before I or anybody near me lets me or my family suffer the way poor people are made to suffer. And farmers need to stop playing, acting like they're one bad harvest away from homelessness, because they're not. I swear to God, you go interview 10,000 homeless people, I guarantee you not one of them is going to be, man, I used to be a farmer. They're one bad harvest away from having to liquidate some of their assets that they'd rather not in order to make themselves whole. You remember that farmer, Skyler? That dude that was all over the internet a few months ago talking about, I might lose this farm.
I might lose my farm because of the government. NRCS, conservation planning, cost sharing on stuff like fencing, different seedings, water lines, better conserve farmland for agricultural use. They called me today and said, hey, I know we have the signed contract. We're reneging on it. We're not going to pay out on it. I'm just screwed. And unless they lift this pause on payment, I'm going to lose this farm.
Here's this shameless bitch several months later.
I'm thinking about selling all my cows, and I need you guys to tell me why it doesn't make sense to do this. I pay $1.2 million for my farm, where I only owe $920,000 on it. So half of that loan is through the FSA at 3% interest for 30 years. The other half of that loan is through a bank at 7+% interest. After 2 years of paying on it, I still owe $457,000 on that $460,000 loan through the bank because the interest is eating up most of my payment. I'm in a situation where if I was to sell all my cows that are worth about $300,000 and I own those free and clear, and I sell my rental houses for, they're worth about $200,000 and I own those free and clear, I would have enough money to, after I pay taxes, to pay off the bank side of my loan.
Oh! This dude was never in danger of having to sell his farm. He was in danger of being forced to sell part of his cattle herd or one of his rental properties, which he's now considering doing anyway to take advantage of high cattle prices to clear out one of his loans, because the other loan with the FSA he's able to pay for with his off-farm job. Same guy that was telling you back in February that he was one Doge signature away from possibly being homeless. This is why cattlemen are mad, by the way, that Trump might undo the windfall that he's engineered for them with these tariffs and refusal to do anything about climate change. This is why they're mad, right? They cattle prices record high. These guys are able to retire.
This guy is 100% correct, which is why I haven't said anything.
Hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in personal debt, while continuing to suck at the teat of the USDA, getting your money for their low-interest FSA loans, getting your money, free money as grants, not loans, to build their fences and their wells and their improvements so they can get even wealthier. All while constantly telling you, I'm just a small farmer, I'm barely breaking even. Keep playing with people, playing games, because people are looking at y'all now the way they've never looked at farmers before. When they find out that you've been lying to them for decades, they're gonna fuck you up.
Now, I will say that while everything that that guy said is true, um, something else to keep in mind is that there is also a secondary process whereby major agriculture companies are coming through and consolidating farms into their businesses. And it's absolutely true that like these farmers have an option to sell their land and sell their farm in order to clear debts that they might accrue. But also that's part of a bad process. Like some farmers, they got the family farms, like that has worth, that has value. It's why so many farmers have closed up shop. Those farmers don't like that their farms don't just like disappear and like their fields lie fallow. No, they sell it out to a major corporation, and like that is leading to this process of monopoly over farmland. And it's it's not good in a multitude of different directions. You either got, essentially folks who are extraordinarily wealthy um in assets but not that wealthy in cash, right? Which is a lot of farmers. But then you have the big ag, the gigantic agriculture companies coming through and monopolizing um all of that, which then leads to essentially a more advanced form of sharecropping. Um it's it's not great. um as far as I'm concerned, like these massive agriculture companies need to be broken up. Absolutely. They could be asset poor and cash poor like most of us. Yeah, of course. Like it could be worse from that for them. Yes. And this is major asterisk next to it there, right? Which is that I think the solution here is farms that are owned and run as democratic co-ops, where the workers at the farm collectively own the farm as an operation. And that is a bit of a departure from how we imagine farms to typically operate. Um, and one of the ways we need to figure out how to go forward is that like we need a better way to do what we've done. We need to bust up the monopolies, but it won't be enough to just bust up the monopolies because those monopolies are just going to reform. Give them another 60 years, they'll come back. Um, there needs to be a better solution, and I do think that solution is, hey, the folks who work on that farm, they need to have a say in how that farm is run, what is done with the profit of their labor, etc. Um, and because otherwise you just get right back to the problem. You break up these monopolies. You get right back to the problem of, well, you have essentially asset rich but cash poor people who then sit on top of these these farming operations. And like the fundamental nature and relationship between the operation and the worker needs to change. That's just my position on almost all things in our economy, by the way. Uh, but I just gotta say, like, it's a shitty prospect either way. Either we have these kind of petit bourgeois sitting on their land, or you have a massive agriculture conglomerate worth trillions of dollars sitting on that land. Those are kind of the two options right now, and both are terrible. I was looking for farm work in Indiana a few months ago. All the jobs are in trucking. Farmers need low paid CDLA semi drivers. Makes sense to me. You can grow food for a family of 4 on a quarter acre. We need to go back to that. I don't know that I don't know how many people have the time or the resources to do that. You know, I think that there is some benefit to just having like gigantic farms. Like, I think that that's good. I think that we can grow an awful lot of food for people and allow, folks to specialize in doing what they will. Because clearly there are people who enjoy farming. But we're getting so far afield here. Yeah, the name of that channel we played is Farming Well Beige.
When you print that much money, it loses its worth, is what we saw the last year of his presidency, is when we started to see the repercussions of that. And then when Trump came in.
And there's always truth to the idea that we're living in the consequences of history. So it is true.
There's always truth in... Yes, we do live with the consequences of things that happened before. Yes. That is how cause and effect works.
That Joe Biden came into office on the back of a already inflationary economy that was about to burst because the last year of COVID was that bad. 2020 was really...
Yeah, so Joe Biden came into office with a massive inflation already baked in. By the end of his term, it was getting under control.
Yeah.
Now, it could have gone back down if he hadn't continued to inflate it. He used that as an excuse to continue to just shovel money out the door, helicopter money all through 2021.
Right.
Radically keep those interests.
Yeah, because you needed to recover the economy after COVID. Like, just because, like, the main wave of COVID stopped, or diminished, rather, never truly went away. But just because it diminished and we had, like, vaccines and, like, effective treatments... that didn't mean the economy was recovered yet, Ben. That's what the additional support was for.
Rates low, all of that sort of stuff contributed to a heightening of the bubble. There was this bizarre idea, if you recall, all the way back to like 2018, 2019. Elizabeth Warren was promoting it. She called it modern.
Is he supposed to be debating her? It's supposed to be... It's labeled Gen Z confronts me on the economy, but this doesn't feel like a confrontation, so I'm not entirely sure what this is, other than they got the office intern and are trying to see if she would be good on camera.
Monetary theory, and her idea was that inflation would never happen again. That basically you could print as much money as you wanted, and that because other countries were going to buy up our debt, then it wouldn't matter. Obama also had a pretty loose monetary policy, and there wasn't tremendous inflation. And the reason there wasn't tremendous inflation is because demand remained low because the economy was stagnating.
Right.
Under Trump, what happened is that because it was an artificial crater, it wasn't like a natural crater to the economy, right? We just all went home and we stayed home for like months.
Right.
And then we all came back to work. But the problem is in the interim, demand did not go down. Demand maintained, right?
Yes.
And then demand continued to go up because we just shoveled money at people. And so the prices continued to rise. So.
The demand didn't continue to go up. Corporations sought to take advantage of people during the pandemic and artificially inflated their prices to take advantage of people. Like, that's... They're not following a cost-benefit curve there. They're saying, we have a captive audience. Let us take advantage of them while we may. Like, come on.
Okay, so that makes sense. Then when everybody jumped back into working and suddenly
suddenly we all had money up the wazoo, right?
Yeah.
Like money was fun, and then everyone's, but wait, this money isn't making me more wealthy, which goes back to the original point, which is money is a ruler. Money is not an actual determinant of wealth. What you can buy for the money is the thing that matters, right?
Yeah. So when things become...
This is hurting me and making me mad.
Oh, Ben, are you about to confront me on the economy couch with your big, throbbing facts?
Oh, no. No, he would never do that, Sake Tanuki. She clearly moisturizes. That's too much moisture.
More and more expensive, obviously money becomes less valuable.
Correct.
And so
wheelbarrow money is not making you richer.
Yeah, exactly. That's so crazy. It's also...
I'm sorry, Ben. Are you saying you don't think that if someone presented you with a wheelbarrow of money, you wouldn't be a richer man? Like, I'm sorry, but Ben is like, yeah, no, what matters is what you can buy with that money. Yeah, and what you can buy with that money, like, is a certain percentage points more expensive or less expensive, depending on inflation/deflation. But, like, if you have a wheelbarrow full of money, you can still buy a lot of things. Like, I I'm speechless right now. Like, yeah, of course, like, what matters is the value attached to that money and how that money can be used to buy goods and services, right? When we're talking about money. But in our current context, if someone presented you with a wheelbarrow full of money, you would still be a wheelbarrow full of money richer. Yeah, you could buy some sexy underwear from ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie, designed from the ground up for trans femmes, but also tested on cis men and cis women and non-binary folks. Rave reviews all around. Check it out. Description down in the doobly-doo. Please stop prompting me to advertise.
Shifting my mindset, because I've always thought of money in terms of like, oh, if I have this much, I'm in a good place, or if we have this house, or if we have these things, but that isn't necessarily true.
Right. It's more about what you can buy for the money.
Yes.
And so that's where monetary policy comes in, and fiscal policy, and economic policy, and all the rest of it.
So
really, when you think about it, someone could have no money and be very rich in spirit, right? Because you can't buy love. So technically it's priceless. So if you have love, you have more than any amount of wealth that anyone could ever have.
Here's a question that I've kind of always had. This is more of a life question, and you obviously have a lot of life experience.
I am old.
Because you're old!
No,
You're not old. You're not old.
I have 4 kids. It's okay.
Oh my gosh, you have 4 kids?
Yeah.
Okay, wow.
So I can
I don't have any
safely
kids,
say that
so-
I'm middle-aged at this point.
So, in terms of like what you
Awkward.
would do in your life to get to a good place now, obviously speaking, you know, me and my husband work very hard, and we have to work very hard to kind of be
Make
where
the bills and-
make
yeah.
the bills and do all the things. And what would your advice be on how to get out of this stage of like the panic of like, okay, I've got to work hard every single day, I've got to find a way to make it, and there's, you know, barely enough money for the month. Like, what would you suggest is the best life advice to really get
so
where you
I'm
want
not
to
sure
go?
there's actually like a one piece of general life advice. I'd actually sit with you and your husband and go through your bills. Honestly, like this
Yeah.
is the best way to do it, is to actually sit down, see how much you're earning, how much you're paying in tax.
Step 1. Have a really successful YouTube channel. Step 2. Find a billionaire donor who is willing to pay you to go on camera. Step 3. Invest in gold. Ad transition.
What your bills are, where you can cut, where you can save. Like
Right.
it's an individualized thing, but fiscal responsibility and financial responsibility at home, there's no one size fits all, other than you actually just have to sit there with
Right.
a pocket calculator, not your phone, and yeah, I'm showing my age, and like an actual, you know, Excel spreadsheet, and see where you can minimize your expenditures. I mean, again,
Have you considered not spending so much money on that avocado toast?
I've been your age when you're 24. I got married when I was 24. My wife was 20 at the time.
Yeah.
And we had to absorb her education costs. We had to absorb
Yeah.
her medical school costs. We had to still pay off some of my Harvard student loans. Like there was all this
Whoa.
stuff. You know, there was a point maybe a year into our marriage where we were down to like the point of, do we need to take out a second credit card to shift debt from one credit card to another for lower interest rate? Like it's kind of
Wow.
normal at your age.
Yeah.
And then the question is, how do you achieve an income trajectory? What is your career path that is going to take you from making 70 grand a year or 60 grand a year to making 200 grand a year? And that can take some time. Every wealthy person I know was once not a wealthy person.
Yeah.
And those people.
That's just not true. Like, I'm sorry, you know a bunch of trust fund kids. Like, undeniably, Ben Shapiro runs in trust fund kid circles. He knows people who were born into opulence unimaginable to the rest of us.
People had to work and toil in some semi-obscurity until they sort of hit a trajectory,
Mhm.
right? So my wife and I had a very good life for sure when we were first married, because a good life doesn't require a big house and it doesn't require a huge income. You can have a great life just living in a small house or a condo like we did when we were first married, and it can be wonderful.
Yeah.
But if you want that trajectory, that economic trajectory, it's all about how do you transition from sort of phase 1 of your career to phase 2, and do you invest in yourself? Like, how wealthy do you realistically want to be or need to be? Because those are different paths.
Right.
You can be intentional about this stuff. Like if you're working for a salary, then you have to look at your company and see, okay, where does the salary path take me? Maybe it caps out at 100 or 120 or 150, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or is it, do I have an idea for a business? Can I start a business? It's riskier. Do I have the safety net that if I fail, I can try again? Right? These are all sort of decisions that you have to make. But I think everybody wants the overnight. How do I get from barely being able to pay my bills to being in a mansion? And the answer is, struggling is kind of, I mean, again, these are hard things to just deal with.
Yeah.
Struggling is a normal part of being 24 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, I was 24 years old and I struggled when I was 24 years old.
Especially when you get married, because it's like, oh my goodness, I'm learning how to be married. I'm learning how to build a career. I have a business myself, so.
Okay. Yes, it is hard to be like run a business. That is difficult. I will also say that most people in the United States don't have a business, and the vast majority of available jobs are part-time minimum wage positions. And none of this advice is useful for people who are working those jobs.
Yes.
Oh, I'm building a business. My husband has a business. So we're both just like taking risks constantly.
Right, exactly. Like being young means being uncomfortable. That's also why you can afford to take some more risks, is because when it's just the two of you and you don't have kids yet, then you can take more career risks that you wouldn't be able to take if you already had a bunch of mouths to feed, for example.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, I think that the biggest thing to take away is, good, sound financial decision making. Take a look at your bills, take a look at your earnings. See how you can get from point A to point B. Try to have a plan to get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
And just recognize that this is normal. It's totally normal. There's nothing unnatural about feeling financially uneasy when you're young.
Right.
There's nothing sort of terrible about you. It doesn't mean that the system is... There's never been a system in human history where 24-year-olds felt economically comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we could maybe make one. Like, I don't know. I think Medicare for all would probably help. I'm not an expert or anything, but I feel like having healthcare covered and knowing that you aren't going to go into medical debt, or knowing that you aren't going to put yourself into debt to cover a loved one's medical expenses, that would probably help, actually.
Right? There is no system where that exists. And you can say people in Norway feel more economically comfortable because they have all of these financial safety nets.
I have lots of friends. They do not.
I mean,
they can't get a house.
Correct. No, that's right. The home ownership in these places. You want to talk about home ownership and ability? Home ownership in Europe is almost a non-existent thing.
You
never
rent an
get a
apartment
house.
for the rest of your life.
Correct.
Yeah.
So like the idea that like the American dream is somehow equivalent to the Norwegian dream is just not true.
Right. It's different perspectives, different ideas. I think as well it's very encouraging to hear from someone, especially at your stage of life and like how successful you've been able to be, that it takes time. I know there's a little bit of hate from my generation, just a little. I think...
Also, just as an FYI, like, home ownership is pretty common in a lot of the countries in the EU. Like, it's not an uncommon thing. In fact, I just had a cursory look. It looks like Norway, the Netherlands, and Sweden have some of the strongest mortgage markets in Europe because people buy a lot of homes there. Like, yeah, there are high rates of rental, but there's also high rates of rental here in the United States. Yeah, I mean, U.S. home ownership in the United States is around 65%. That's roughly equivalent to the country he's trying to, like, say doesn't have a rate of ownership. Like, he's just straight up not correct.
one thing that my generation has been lied to about specifically, especially because our quality of life has gone up so much, is just that, you know,
It's instantaneous.
it's
Yes.
instantaneous.
I mean, again,
Yeah.
people get tired of hearing people my age talk about it. The prevails when you're young. It sounds like your parents walking both ways
Yes.
uphill to school. But the reality is that, like, I remember when my wife and I were first married, and like a great day was I would have a speech at like a local Republican club 30 miles away. We drive there in our shitty 1986 Honda Civic. That was literally our first car. And we would drive out there, and I'd have like a couple of books in the back that my publisher had given me for free. I'd be like, I have 30 books, and I'd sell them at $15 a pop.
Yeah.
And if I walked away with a couple $100 by selling like 15 or 20 copies of the book,
Yeah.
that was like a great day. That was like an amazing day. And I did
Yeah.
that for years. Okay, like, and everybody does that for years.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody does.
Yeah, totally wasn't, getting any kind of billionaire backing from the Republican Party or major mega donors. No, sir. One second. Couldn't remember who initially invested in Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro received his initial investment back in 2015 to the tune of $4.7 million from Ferris Wilks, who's a natural gas executive.
Does that for years.
We're always selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Like, we just moved into a new house, which is totally a God thing because we're going to get to own our first house.
That's
which is
amazing.
Crazy.
That's awesome.
Literally
That's
cannot
awesome.
believe it. But
I'm sorry, at the age of 24, you're buying a house. I'm sorry, if you're buying a house at 24, you are not actually worried about egg prices. Shut the fuck up. Like, our grocery bill is so high. You're buying a house at 24.
we moved into a house and we were like selling all our furniture because we were like, okay, we want to get new furniture, so we have to sell it and then get the new things on Facebook
100%.
Marketplace. It's life. And I think with the social media age, especially watching all these like influencers and people online just have this overnight success all the time.
And it's fake. It's not real.
It's not.
It's totally not real.
It's not.
I mean,
I've been there. I was an influencer for a few years. All of it's
Really? Who were you? Because you haven't been introduced as one at all. Seems like it might have been relevant at the top of the show.
fake. It's all monopoly, and then it goes away in an instant, you know?
Yep.
So, I mean, I made the choice to get married young, and so
I mean, I guess being an influencer could all be fake if you don't actually believe in the things you're saying. I would still be saying these things if I didn't have a platform. And you know that because I've been saying the same things the entire goddamn time.
when you get
It's a
married
good choice.
young,
Good for you.
It was
It's
great.
great.
I love it. But we didn't have anything.
Yeah.
Like, we were like, oh, like my husband, you know.
You know who she is? Can you just tell me if she is she a known conservative influencer? Cuz like I just want to understand where she's coming from to wind up on this show.
Was a missionary
Mm-hmm.
kid, so it's like he had that, you know. I had student debt, so I was like, what are we doing? But it's nice to hear that like it takes effort and it takes work, and you will come out in the end okay, and you know
Your
have
parents
lots
did.
of kids.
Your
it's gonna work
grandparents
out.
did.
Yeah.
Most people on Earth today kind of do. I mean,
Yeah.
at least certainly in the West they do. It will be okay. Is the first thing to recognize, and it'll be especially okay if you just make good decisions. There's a natural progression to life, and
True,
you'll
Eddie.
be living in 15 years in a bigger house than you currently live.
There's a natural progression to life. No, there's fucking not. No. There's not. Sometimes things happen that throw off all of your plans. Sometimes you fall in love. Sometimes you get hit by a bus. Sometimes someone you love gets cancer and you need to drop everything to take care of them. Like, things happen. There's not like a natural trajectory that locks you in to doing better in 20 years than you are right now. That's one of the scary things about our system. It presents you with this illusion of progress, but like that can go away in a heartbeat. In some cases, literally. Yeah, sometimes the woke mad transes you, indeed.
Live in if you just
Yeah.
don't make. I'm trying to remember who said this.
Well, I know her name is Madison. I don't. Okay.
I wish I could remember who said it, but it's a wise line. The first path to getting rich is not getting poor.
Like I'm sorry. You know, like I know I tell you guys like you treat yourself like and dedicate yourself to self-improvement because it's just an inherently good thing to do, to try and be a better version of the self you were just, yesterday. But that doesn't mean you're going to power scale like a shonen anime protagonist. Okay? You're not like that, you're not guaranteed that kind of a life path. I'm sorry.
Ooh, that sounds like a Dave Ramsey quote.
Yeah, it does sound like.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I can remember who said it, but it's a wise line. The first path to getting rich is not getting poor.
I can't believe he just unironically said tip number 1, don't be poor. Like I'm honestly shocked. Like, yeah, having money makes it easier to make money, but the entire purpose of you giving this advice is to people who don't have money. It's why, like, you're having a discussion with someone about the economy. Telling poor people to just not be poor isn't a fucking thing like, that doesn't help, actually.
Ooh, that sounds like a Dave Ramsey quote.
Yeah, it does sound like Dave Ramsey, but that really is it. It's like to avoid the worst decision, and that's like half the battle. It's more on the.
Do you think now we have no solutions? It's your fault that you're poor, so suck it up and work harder. We'll capture the hearts and minds of voters in 2026. I'm worried. It's a very compelling message. I mean, the entire purpose of them doing this is to, like, assuage Gen Z specifically on the topic of affordability. But if you're just telling, like, a bunch of people who are entering the workforce or have just been in the workforce for a little while that, like, okay, tip 1, don't be poor, that is not helpful, to say the least.
In a moment. First, you think a fresh start means things will be different, but it's the same system. The banks keep winning. Sometimes you're stuck paying the price.
Is this a gold commercial?
Every month, it just gets worse. Here's the thing: you don't have to keep playing that game. PDS debt has already helped.
It's not. I'm disappointed.
Okay.
Right. Everything sounds really good on the surface, right? Okay, fine. I'm just going to throw a check at you. Oh, my life is better because I have a check now. Okay, that may be true for you in the moment, and I'm not going to deny that if I got a $2,000 check today, or $5,000, or $100,000.
Yeah, like Ben, let's not be crazy. If you got a $2,000 check today, that would not be an odd day for you. I will say that the studies we've seen preliminarily, like, on people getting money, have been very positive. Let me just take a look. You know what? Just as a little example here from my own city here. Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. 1 year of basic income in Minneapolis. Experimental findings show how a stable source of income helps households. This is from January 18th of 2024. Take a look. Minneapolis Fed researchers used a randomized controlled trial to study the city of Minneapolis's guaranteed basic income pilot program. After 1 year, basic income payments of $500 per month, the low-income Minneapolitans, I've lived here my entire life and never heard that, but okay, improved financial stability, food security, and psychological wellness. Wow, that's crazy. Sounds like it's doing the thing it's intended to do. GBI payments have mixed effects on housing stability and no negative effects on labor supply, i.e. people kept working. Cool. Do-do-do-do. What have we learned? Okay. Food security, financial security, well-being, and psychological wellness all improved for GBI recipients relative to the comparison group of non-recipients as of the 12-month mark. Additionally, we find some evidence of a positive impact on housing stability. For the remaining index, labor supply, we cannot detect a significant impact of GBI. Note that these changes in average outcomes do not necessarily correspond to the formal effects that we estimate using methods intended to adjust for survey non-response. Also, just going to point out here, like, yeah, $500 a month is not going to guarantee you housing. You know, it's obviously going to make it a lot easier to maintain your housing, though, which is what the study found. So, cool. Hopefully Minneapolis gets its shit together and implements that on a larger scale.
Check today, I'd feel better about my life than if I didn't get a $100,000 check. But that's not how you make public policy, because if you give everybody a $100,000 check, inflation will obviously be rampant.
And then the
you'll get higher prices,
$100,000
and the $100,000 goes, and everybody
Yeah.
else's savings are degraded. It's very easy to make a political argument where you say, I'm going to just drop a benefit on your head. It's the free ice cream argument from third grade, right? You have some kid who's running for class president. He says, free ice cream for everybody. There's no real way for that to be fulfilled in a way that actually is useful to kids. There are downside effects of all of that. So when you look at the policies, the long-term policy ramifications of these sorts of policies, you actually...
Except there's a big difference between giving people free ice cream and giving people, you know, a currency that can be exchanged for goods and services in a wide variety of directions based on their individual needs. I feel like that should be pretty obvious, I guess.
You do have to look.
Are there third grade class presidents? I don't think so.
At what is going to happen, not the moment you get the check, but what's going to happen over the course of the next 6 months.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe some people can exchange ice cream for, like, rent, but I don't think most people can. I don't think your landlord would be satisfied with a couple tubs of Ben & Jerry's.
Course of the next year. And so many of the policies that Zohar Mamdani in New York wants to try were tried in the 1970s and were disastrous. I mean, wrecked the city.
Yeah.
So, for example, he wants to do a bunch of rent freezes and rent control. They tried this in the 1970s. And you can go back and you can watch on tape the 1977 World Series, which was played in the Bronx because the Yankees were in the World Series. And there's a very, very famous video of Howard Cosell, who is commentating the Yankees game. They pull out, there's a helicopter shot of Yankee Stadium, and there's fires everywhere. And so he says, the Bronx is burning. Why was the Bronx burning? Because apartment owners were burning down their own apartment complexes for the insurance money because the rent...
Yeah, but throw those people in jail, though. Like if the slumlords are burning their buildings down, put them in prison. Seize their property. Like I don't know, if someone's gonna burn down their apartment building, then the city should just seize that apartment building and arrest the man who's tried to burn it down. That seems like, yeah, no-brainer to me.
Control had made it less lucrative for them to...
I can't believe in this particular situation, an example that Ben is giving, the main problem he has with it is rent control made the buildings too cheap. His problem with it isn't the rampant arson.
Continue to operate the apartments than to watch them burn down and take the insurance money.
Yeah, and the price of operation goes up over time. So if it's stuck there...
Correct. All these things have unintended consequences.
Yeah, no, those apartment owners were totally justified in burning down those apartment complexes. Like, yeah, Ben. Yeah, I wasn't expecting anarchist Ben over here being the first one with the Molotov.
Consequences. Everybody wants like an immediate solve. There's a sugar high, I'm sure, for people who
Yeah.
receive this in the immediate term. But if you want to make New York more livable over anything like the mid to long term,
I mean, if your argument is that prices that make it, I'm sorry, if your argument is essentially that, well, you need to make uh, apartments unaffordable for people in New York City because if they become too cheap, landlords will simply burn them down. I feel like that's an argument against landlords rather than against rent control. But, what do I know? I'm a simple country streamer.
you actually have to change seriously the underlying policies
Right.
that prevent people from building extra supply, rather than stimulating demand with subsidies and also restricting supply with regulations.
When you're talking about handing people a check doesn't really help. It makes me think about in COVID when they started handing out all these stimulus checks.
And for a moment, it felt great. For a moment, it was like, oh, cool, I can buy a bunch of new stuff.
Yay!
And then it turns out you go on Amazon, and everything costs 5 times what it once did, right? A Thanksgiving dinner is now $1,000, where a Thanksgiving dinner was $300 like 5 years ago. There's a great chart showing the price of goods in the United States over time. And what it shows is every single good that government has subsidized, the price goes up. Every single good that government does not subsidize, the price goes down. And when the government subsidizes the demand for a particular product, let's say college education, colleges just adjust the price to go up with the increased demand.
Got it.
Right. Meanwhile,
You're right, which is why we should just make it free. We should just make state university free, right? All public universities free. No reason to not use that. God.
if the government stays out of it, then the prices tend to find their own level. Right? TVs have gotten better and cheaper.
Yeah.
Because TV companies look at you, they look at me and say, oh, those people want cheap TVs. Great. And if I can make a better TV, then I will be able to make more money.
That makes sense. So when the government steps in and gives money to people to like go to college, as it would be, then they raise the prices just because, oh, well, look, these people are going to college, the government's giving you money, we'll just charge more money now because we can.
Exactly. And
it's almost like leaving this to the whims of the market is a bad idea. If only there was some kind of alternative, like making it free.
And not just because we can, but also because unless they're about to hire a bunch of new professors, then they still have a limited number of slots at the college or university. When I was at Harvard Law, for example, there were like 500 people per class. I think there's still about 500 people per class. They've not actually radically increased the number of enrollees at Harvard Law School. And so what does that mean? If you have 10,000 applicants as opposed to 2,000 applicants, well, now I know that I have a big pool of people who really want that, and so the price is going to go up.
Yeah, and I think in the conversation of education as well, when all these subsidies are happening, it doesn't really push people to look for the cheaper options.
Right, or even the best option.
Yeah.
So one of the things that's happened in the public markets with regard to student loans, for example, is let's say that there were no public market, let's say there were no FISA loans, the government wasn't involved at all. Okay, so you get out of school at 18, you decide, I'm going to go to college. So you look around and you say, I really want to go to, University of Iowa, and I want to major in art history. So now you have to go to a bank. And the bank is going to look at you and say, why would we possibly loan you without any collateral money to major in art history? There's no way. You're not going to make that money back.
Yeah.
And so the art history major at University of Iowa is going to have a real tough time, unless there's a donor subsidizing it, getting anybody to come. Instead, if you say, I want to go to University of Iowa and I want to major in geoengineering, and you go to a bank, and the bank says, okay, well, it looks like the trajectory for your income path is pretty good. So I will give you a decent educational loan because I think there's a good shot you're going to get paid back. So this is what happens, for example, when I went to Harvard Law, the impression that banks, I wouldn't need a publicly subsidized loan to go to Harvard Law. The salary coming out my first year when I was coming out was $180,000. And so they knew that if they lent me, $100,000 a year to go to Harvard, that over the course of the next 10 years, there was a very high likelihood that I was going to pay off my loan.
Yeah.
So the private markets are very good at.
Now, remember earlier in this conversation when he was like, yeah, and if I went to like a speaking engagement and I sold a couple $100 of books, that was a good day in my beat up 1996 Civic. And Now he's talking about how, like, he graduated from Harvard with, like, he did. They knew I'd be making six figures, $180,000 a year. It kind of sounds like you were full of bullshit earlier in the conversation, then, doesn't it? And also, the argument being put forward here about, like, well, businesses will subsidize what is profitable. Like, yeah, but also there are things that are indirectly profitable, right? Things that are indirectly profitable that enable other things that are profitable directly, right? Like a good example of this, roads are indirectly profitable because they allow for commerce to take place. They allow for people to get to their jobs. They allow for, you know, like the basic building blocks of an economy to exist, right? So the state pays for that. But also, one of the things that allows for society to exist is art and understanding art and, like, building up new forms of art and culture and all of that. It is bundled together, and you need that, especially because if you go into, like, other parts of the world, other parts of our culture, like Hollywood or I don't know, Nashville, I guess. Like, if you're into country music, like, having an understanding and a grasp of the history of the arts is actually super important and helps inform and build new and exciting takes on older things, which in turn spurs demand and then people buy the new exciting thing, right? Like, innovating new camera techniques for a hit film can be life changing, not just for you but for the people who view that film. It can be like we're talking like things that really matter in our society. The stories that latch on to us, that inform us, that push us, etc. Like, those are made possible because people gave a damn about art. And that those people that gave a damn about art, they might not be the first kinds of people that a private bank is going to want to support. But maybe it would be good if we made college free for folks. Because maybe some of those indirectly profitable things might be useful to have in our society. Like roads.
Determining their risk, and that's particularly true in education. In education, bizarrely, the only area where there's no collateral, right? They can't seize your degree. If you don't pay, they can't like take your degree back. What are they going to do with it? So the question is, why would they loan to you? And the only answer is because they believe you're going to earn out and then you're going to pay back your education. But the government doesn't care. The government.
Well, one, no, they don't. They don't care if you pay out or not. This is one thing that, like, Ben is just misrepresenting this like crazy. These companies that are putting out the loans, they do not care if you pay it back in full ever. Ever. Because they will keep on charging you month after month. They'll start garnishing your wages. They'll start nickel and diming you. Specifically because that's where they make their money. That's how someone can pay their student loan for 20 years and have a bigger outstanding debt to the bank than when they initially took out the loan, even though they were paying it off over the course of 20 years. That's how these people in these businesses make money. It's automatic. In some cases, it can be Elizabeth. And also, in some cases, well, in as far as I know, for most student loans, you can't get rid of them by just declaring bankruptcy. They follow you forever. Yeah, like, it is literally better for these companies if you never fully pay it off because they can just keep charging you month after month. Because these companies make money off of the interest for student loans.
has an interest in making you feel better by going to college. Governmental actors took the wrong lesson from the 60s and 70s. So in the 60s and 70s, a major income gap began to emerge between college grads and people who are high school grads.
Yeah.
And the reason...
Well, obviously.
Of course, just as there would be a major income...
Man, they just brought this lady on to glaze Ben Shapiro, and it's genuinely not working in the slightest.
differential between people who graduate high school and people who don't graduate high school.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Like, this is not... So what the government said is, well, the way to solve this is by getting more people to go to college. Okay, well, actually, all that did was it created a striation in college grads. Right now, there's a new striation, which is if you go to grad school, better income trajectory.
Wow.
Than just college.
That was always the case. The more educated you are, the more specialized and more difficult to replicate you are, so you get paid more. Generally, that's how that works. Generally.
And there's a huge striation in majors. So if you're an ed major at Harvard, you're going to earn way less than you would as a STEM major at Harvard. Of course, of course.
I've never thought of it that way, so this is...
Yeah, and maybe that's kind of fucked up. Maybe like people who like major in education should be able to make decent wages, you know? Should be able to make a decent amount of money in our society. Maybe that's kind of fucked up, and maybe we should fix that.
Very much blowing my mind is that the government giving subsidies potentially ruined college education in the sense that, you know, people used to go to college to actually pursue things that...
Yeah, man. It's not like, you know, back in the 70s and 80s, the people definitely didn't go to college just to party. You're so right. They definitely didn't go to college just because they were expected to. Uh-huh.
Would provide a career or a better future for them. Like, I'm going to go to law school, you know, I'm going to become an engineer. And now we have all of these random majors. Like, I'm going to major in philosophy of kneecaps, like something stupid.
No, that's right. And not only that.
Yeah. It's not like there's anything serious to be learned at a major I'm not familiar with. If I don't know what it means, it must be a stupid fool's errand.
It also screwed up the employment market. So, for example, you want to work as a...
Also, again, their inherent argument here is just poor people going to college ruined college. Everyone being able to go and get a higher education ruined college. Like, they're just like, we need to scale it back down so only aristocrats could go to college again. What an insane argument.
Barista at Starbucks. Why do you need a college degree to work as a barista at Starbucks? You shouldn't have to, right? Or as a...
You don't need a college degree to work as a barista at Starbucks. It's just that there are a lot of Starbucks around college universities. So the people who get those jobs tend to be people with degrees. Ben?
Hairdresser or whatever. Like, there are a million jobs in America, millions and millions of jobs that should not require a college degree. The problem is, if everybody goes to college, then it turns into graduating from high school.
Yes.
Right? It's just like the next level. And so if you didn't go to college, there's now something wrong with you. And then to make things even worse, basically what college degrees have become is an effective IQ test. So we look at the degree that's on your diploma, and we look at the degree that's on your resume, rather. And
I mean, honestly, I think that says more about you than it does about colleges. That's your interpretation of people with college degrees. It's not everyone's interpretation of people with college degrees. I'm sorry, if you equate a college degree with IQ, number one, you shouldn't be using IQ. It's eugenics bullshit. But, like, people with degrees aren't necessarily more intelligent than people who don't have degrees. Like, but what it does represent is time. It represents that you put in time to gain specialization in a given field. That's not a measure of your intelligence, that's a measure of your expertise in a given field. You understand how there's the difference there? You should.
And we say, okay, you went to Harvard, that means you're smart. You went to, JUCO, that means you're not as smart, and so we'll give you an advantage if you went to Harvard as opposed to you went to JUCO. Well, why do we make the guy who's going to JUCO pay $200,000 in order to compete with the guy from Harvard? What would have been better is if we actually didn't have that system at all, and
Yeah.
employers hired without regard to college degrees. So you're seeing people now, like Peter Thiel or like Alex Carper, like we do at this company,
Yeah.
actually try to look at the underlying performance in either prior jobs or apprenticeships instead of just looking at the college degree as sort of the be-all, end-all.
Yeah, because everyone knows if you apply to a job with a college degree, you're guaranteed to get that job.
Heuristic shortcut.
Yeah, I really appreciated that when I applied to this company because I ended up.
Oh, so she literally does work for the Daily Wire. So really, this video should be titled Ben Shapiro interviews newly hired Gen Z intern about the economy. We told you? I was just saying I don't know where she came from, and you guys were like, maybe she's. I wanted confirmation, damn it, and we got it.
Dropping out of college because
Two of our three founders did not finish college.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm the only one with a higher education, really.
Well, you're the smartest, obviously. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Caleb, don't take it that way, but yeah.
Okay, so I want to better understand what happened with the housing crisis and how we got to a point where houses are as expensive as they are.
What we're getting right now is the impact of a few things. One, massive inflation of the currency. So that is, putting a lot of money in people's pockets, like just cash money in people's pockets. That's what happened during the Biden administration. And so they're taking that money and they're saying, where do I put that? So you're seeing it go to the top end of the stock market, right? NVIDIA and the rest. But you're also seeing it go into real estate. People taking that money and saying, I want to buy a house. Okay, simultaneously.
Okay, but also, people aren't. I'm sorry. I need to back up.
We're also seeing that money in people's pockets. So that right now is the impact of a few things. One, massive inflation of the currency. So that is, putting a lot of money in people's pockets, like just cash.
Inflation isn't putting a lot of money in people's pockets. Inflation doesn't give you extra money. It just devalues the money you have. It means you have less wealth. Your money is worth less.
Money in people's pockets. That's what happened during the Biden administration. And so they're taking that money and they're saying, where do I put that? So you're seeing it go to the top end of the stock market, right? NVIDIA and the rest. But you're also seeing it go into real estate. People taking that money and saying, I want to buy a house. Okay, simultaneously, because the inflation was so high, because people had all this money in their pocket, the government is trying to bring the inflation down. And so the Federal Reserve increased the interest rates. Okay, that is a way of making it harder to borrow money.
Yes.
Because they don't want people to borrow more. If you can borrow more money, you continue to have this inflationary price spiral. So what does that mean for people who own houses? If you wanted to increase the supply of houses, then you need to do one of two things. Either get people who own houses to sell them
Yep.
and move into a different place, or you need people to build houses. Again, there's a delay effect on the building of the houses.
Yep.
You'd have to relieve the regulations. They haven't really done that. So what you end up with is a bunch of people who are older who are not moving out of their houses. This was a big problem.
You could also, I don't know, make it illegal to speculate on, like, using housing and to speculate. I'm just spitballing here. You could have vacancy taxes to tax vacant properties. It seems like there are a whole lot of additional things one could do, actually, to increase housing circulation beyond just, build new houses.
Yeah.
Is that you would have high prices. It was sort of a bizarre, sticky real estate situation in places like Florida. You would have people who are 80, who don't need a 5-bedroom house.
Right.
But they don't want to sell their 5-bedroom house. Why? Because if they sell their 5-bedroom house, which they have a 30-year mortgage on at 2%, they now have to get a new mortgage, and their new mortgage is at 7%.
Yeah, which is a lot
Right? And so they don't want to sell. So they just stick in that house, and they stay there, and then that's not new inventory on the market, so the price doesn't come back down.
Well, again, you were just talking about people putting more money into the housing market. They're putting money into the housing market as a speculative asset. That's what they're doing when they put money into the housing market. You aren't putting money into the housing market with your own house. Like, that's... I feel like I shouldn't have to describe this. I feel like I'm kind of on crazy pills because, like, this feels like such a childish argument for him to make. I'm honestly a bit agog.
So the housing market's been very sticky.
Yeah, I noticed as well in 2020, it felt like so many people were buying homes just because the interest rates were so low and it was so affordable. Did that cause a lot of the issues as well?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you have a lot of people who have the money in their pocket, your demand has gone up.
Yeah.
Right? So if the supply doesn't go up to meet it, then you have a problem. So one of the things that happened is that because of the worldwide shutdowns from COVID, for example, all the materials coming into the United States came in slower, right? We had these gigantic bottlenecks. It became very expensive to build. Right, the tariffs are making it more expensive to build right now. If you talk to contractors, they're having a tough time getting the materials that they need at an affordable price. So the price of building has gone up. And so you have all of these things kind of meeting in the middle and making it very, very difficult to buy houses. And that's particularly true in places that are already very pressured in terms of space.
Yeah.
Right, so that's really true in big cities and their surrounding suburbs.
Yeah, and again, this is where a vacancy tax would be extraordinarily helpful because a lot of folks who own and rent out or sell condos or whatever, like, they're doing it to try and make money. And what they do when they have vacant property is that they they use it as a tax write-off so that they pay less in taxes. And if you instead add a cost to keeping these places vacant, a lot of them will turn over those properties a lot quicker.
Again, this is why I got myself in some trouble by making the, I think, eminently obvious suggestion that if you can't afford to live in New York, I'm not talking about should we shift policies in New York? Of course we should. I'm talking about you as a 24-year-old. You should pursue the best opportunities available to you.
Right.
If that opportunity...
Yeah. New York should just... hey, are you entering the workforce in New York? Are you working minimum wage? Are you flipping burgers in New York City? Well, go fuck yourself. You can't live in New York City anymore. Go 5-hour commutes for you, bucko.
Opportunity is not available in New York, just a piece of life advice, then you should really look to move to Nashville or Florida or someplace, or Austin, someplace where you have a better opportunity to do that particular thing. And that's always been a home.
I may have missed it. Did he mention banks getting bailed out for the housing crisis, bailed out by our tax dollars? No, of course not.
Hallmark of economics is the fluidity of, for example, labor. You lose your job, you don't sit around saying, I want my old job back at the same exact factory. You try and find a new job at a different place. If you can't afford to buy a home in one particular place, typically what we would do in the United States is we would try to find a better place to live. And so you'd get population movement. Fewer Americans are moving now. And because fewer Americans are moving, that means that...
Yeah, because people don't generally want to move from the place they put down roots in.
Again, there's a lot of stickiness in the markets in places like New York or Los Angeles or Seattle.
So you mentioned a little bit ago that the tariffs are causing a lot of bottlenecks in the buildings. So did that start during Trump's presidency at the start of that, all the policies he was putting in place?
No, it's exacerbated it a little bit in things like lumber, but it really started during COVID. So during COVID, because the global markets basically shut down and because all the ports were closed and it created these massive supply chain bottlenecks all over the world, that meant...
Yeah, and the tariffs are also just killing our importation ability. So, the tariffs are making all of the pre-existing issues worse. Yes.
That materials just were not available to build. And then it took a long time for global shipping to restart. And there were empty ships that were arriving on shores because the ships keep going whether or not they're loaded up. And so you ended up with this huge supply chain bottleneck, which did, in fact, contribute to the Biden inflation. It wasn't just that Biden had bad economic and fiscal policy, which he did. It is true that COVID did create massive supply chain bottlenecks that led to inflation. Because, again, if you have bottlenecks in supply, less supply, same demand, higher price.
So how long, approximately, do you think it would take in order for the demand to actually reach the place that it needs to be to lower housing prices?
So demand has to go down or supply has to go up?
Yeah, I mean supply. I'm sorry.
Yeah. How long? Right. So how long would it take for a supply to go up?
Yes.
It depends on where you are. So again, in New York City, the answer is it's going to take a while, right? You can't really build out. There's no place to build out. So you have to build up. It's very expensive to build in New York City. The regulations there are really, really exorbitant. Even if you got rid of most of the really onerous regulations.
Yeah, New York City and building up on existing buildings. Definitely a place where you want to skimp on regulation, You know, who cares if they blow with the wind a little bit to the left or the right? Who cares? Only the poor who are going to live there anyway.
The taxation, the difficulty in building, it would still take, I would imagine you have to talk to a builder, I would take 3-4 years minimum before you start getting a real alleviation in the housing supply in a way that dramatically would lower the prices.
Right.
Anyway, in Austin where you can build it out, it's a lot easier,
Yeah.
right? You can just get some developer, like everybody's yelling at the developers right now. How dare the developers buy up housing in Austin? Well, the developers are buying up housing in Austin because what they're frequently doing is they're taking older houses, making them over, and then reselling them at a higher price to people who want the houses. And if that continues, then the developer moves on and does that to another neighborhood, and that's actually how you increase the housing supply.
Yeah.
Let's say that somebody's buying up a whole block of single-family homes that are each 900 square feet from when your grandparents were there, and they're flipping those all into 2,500 square foot or 3,000 square foot homes because they're on big plots of land, and now they're selling them to somebody who's upper middle class. Okay, well, that I would say that's a good thing because you will increase the housing supply. Why? Because those developers are now going to take that money, and they now know there are a bunch of people who wanted those houses, who weren't able to get those houses, and now they're going to go build new houses if they have any brains at all. And if they don't have any brains, what they'll do is they'll take that money, they'll put it in a bank, and that bank will then lend out the money to another developer to take out the money to go build those houses. If you want more supply, then the incentive of demand creates supply, right? So the reality that you know a number of people who are willing to buy those crappy houses, then somebody will build.
Except the issue is there's no incentive to build the crappy houses. This is again one of the ways in which Ben's analysis just fails. Right? Because what is incentivized is to build luxury residences. Now, why would that be? Well, because you can build a bunch of luxury residences, whether apartment complexes or houses. And then the reason you would do this is because when you do that, you only need to sell one or two in order to break a profit, as opposed to needing to sell out all of the entry-level housing. Right? And similarly, if you build a luxury apartment complex, you don't need to rent out all of the apartments, or even most of the apartments. You can rent out a small handful of apartments. And you know what? Less wear and tear on the stuff inside of the apartment complex. Less upkeep cost. Like, if you can make the same amount of money renting 5 apartments versus renting 25 apartments, that is a net benefit. All of the incentives here are built around catering to a luxury market because there's a small demographic that has the money to spend on that, but they're willing to spend on it. And it's a lot less work. A lot less maintenance costs. Like, the people building new housing have no incentive to build it for folks just entering the housing market.
Build the crappy houses, the basic assumption of classical economics. Now, the only reason that wouldn't happen is overregulation, right? Prevention of people from building those houses. But there is this sort of assumption that you want that house. Okay, well, there's no right in economics to that house, right?
Yeah.
There's no right in America to quote unquote that house. You know, this happens all the time. That there'll be bidding on empty land. Forget about the house. There's bidding on empty land.
Yeah.
Okay, forget that there's a house already there. You'd like the piece of empty land to build a 3-bedroom house that's going to be 1,400 square feet. I want that piece of empty land to build a 10,000 square foot house. I have more money. I'm going to buy that piece of land.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that I deprived you of that piece of land, or does it mean that I was able to pay a higher price and that the person who received that payment for that empty piece of land, which maybe they bought, 100 years ago, they're not going to take that money and they're going to put that money in a bank. That bank knows that you still want to buy a piece of land to build that house. And so if you're a good credit risk, they will lend you that money to go out.
Why would you have good credit if you're poor and haven't, again, Ben isn't really thinking about this situation or deliberately thinking about it wrong. He might be doing that. But if a bank gets a bunch of money from, like a couple that has had a piece of property for the last 100 years in the family, sells it, and let's assume they're doing like lower middle class. They have $10 million from Ben Shapiro now. They put it in the bank. The bank is not then incentivized to lend that money out to someone who needs a first-time house. The bank is then incentivized to do what it has been doing, which is to prioritize giving out loans to the wealthiest creditors that come to them and say, fuck off to the not so wealthy ones. Like, it's not difficult to figure out.
And build that house. Free flow of capital is the way that more things happen.
So you would argue that capitalism is the best route because it will always increase the supply for people?
To meet the demand, yes.
To meet the demand.
Correct, exactly. Because if you're a capitalist, then what you want to do is get your product to the market and take advantage of the fact that people want that product in return from you. You can talk about sort of a mixed economy and then you...
But also, again, if you're a capitalist, your goal is to make the most money possible. And if you can make more money by catering to a wealthy clientele where you only need to sell a couple of one thing, as opposed to selling hundreds or thousands of another thing at a much lower cost, well, then guess what? It's going to make it a lot easier for you to sell to that smaller demographic, huh? A lot less costs. That's probably why all of the developers are doing that right now.
Can talk about socialism proper. So socialism proper would be the government just seizes the entire housing supply and then redistributes it as it sees fit and then decides the price of houses and essentially...
That isn't socialism proper, actually. I don't think that Ben knows what socialism is.
Builds ground up by forcing people at the point of gun to build. And what you end up with is terrible.
Again, genuinely don't think that Ben Shapiro knows what socialism is. Socialism isn't when... Well, socialism is not, in fact, this quote.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
No, like, socialism is has specific meanings, right? It's not when the government shows up with a gun and forces you to build houses. Like, that's not what socialism is. Again, to reiterate here, socialism is changing the predominant mode of production in an economy from one that is owned by the capitalist class to one that is owned by the working class. That's it. It has nothing to do with the government coming in and pointing guns and seizing your shit. It has everything to do with, hey, do your workers work in that factory? Or do a bunch of workers work in a factory? Well, guess what? They should have a say in how the proceeds of their labor get used. They should have a say in what their working conditions are. They should have a say in how their time is allocated. And you can do this in a myriad of different ways. You can do it in a flat, co-equal type of structure. You can also do it on a hierarchical structure, one created more via democracy than one via kind of a top-down imposition. But and like, you could also even structure one like a traditional company is structured now, except that the only people who vote and dictate what the company does are the people who work there. Like, kind of a democracy of some kind. Socialism is merely the implementation of democracy within the economic sphere. That's it. And the idea here that socialism is when guys with guns show up and force you to build houses? Nah.
Workmanship, you end up with a completely unwieldy market. You end up with the ugliest housing available. I mean, go look at the Soviet Union, where people are living in the ugliest places. by dint of the government decides where you live, right? That's full communism. That's typically not what people are talking about.
And communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, so I don't think that's what Ben is talking about here. I just don't think he knows what he means by socialism or communism.
Today, when they say socialism, what they really mean is confiscating wealth from wealthy people and then subsidizing particular people in order to build quote-unquote affordable housing, right?
What you are describing right now is just taxation, Ben. You're just describing what taxation is and has always been throughout all the history of every government. I'm not gonna lie, he's really, really missed a step. Like, he's not good at this anymore.
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the.
Right, so what they're going to do is they're going to go to a developer and they're going to say, okay, in order for you to build X number of luxury units, we're also going to force you to build X number of affordable units. It does have unintended consequences. So, for example, why does the government need to do that? Right? The idea would be that you have to force somebody.
Ben got dumber. I wonder if Ben started using ChatGPT, and this is the result.
Who is a luxury builder to build a certain number of affordable units. And the affordable units are going to be, I assume, rent controlled. It's going to have to be the government telling you what price you can rent at, and so it's basically a subsidy from the government to the developer, and you now have to pay the developer to do that. Okay, well, the government is filled with inefficiencies. The government is not good at determining prices. What would be better is to just let the developers build as many luxury units as they want. People who are in these sort of mid-range.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. No. See, the solution is to do what they were already doing in the first place. That was, of course, pricing entry-level buyers out of the market completely. Yeah, no, you don't understand. The solution is everyone who's too poor for a home, lives in slums, and only a select elite few get to buy homes. I see.
Will then have
the solution is to fuck the poor. Yep, and that is Ben Shapiro's solution in a nutshell.
A better supply of luxury units. They can move from their mid-range apartments to the luxury apartments. Their apartments are now empty. The price of those goes down because you have a higher supply of the mid-range apartments. And then all the places that are, affordable housing, those people move up. Like, this is how housing has gotten better over time. So one of the things people miss.
No, housing has gotten better over time specifically because of regulations. It's literally why you are now able to live in a home without asbestos, or live in a home without lead paint, or live in a home without structural instabilities that would cause it to collapse on top of you. It's how you are literally able to live in a home that has fire safety standards so that you don't just burn to death inside because no one bothered to add an exit. Come on, man. Fuck you.
Yes, is they assume that the housing supply is totally static in terms of quality. Right? They assume, this is why you see these memes online. My grandpa used to live in...
No one assumes that housing quality is static. What are you talking about? No one is more aware that housing quality is not static more than people who are impoverished.
1950 on one salary working at the Ford factory, and grandma wasn't working, and they could afford a house. The house they could afford was shit. It was terrible.
No, it wasn't. And you know how I know that? There are literally huge swaths of neighborhoods built off of those 1950s houses here in Minnesota. Like, I can drive for 5 minutes and be in a neighborhood of those kind of cookie cutter houses. Are they super aesthetically pleasing on the outside? No. Are they good, safe places to live? Yes.
If you go back and, seriously, go back and look at a house built in 1950.
Oh, yeah. I lived in one of those houses
Yeah, they're
last
not good.
year.
They're not nice. I mean, they're really bad. They're like 950 square feet. Yep. They typically are not particularly well insulated. They don't have central air very often. Like, they're not houses that anybody wants to live in. So when they say...
Well, wait a minute. They don't have central air because most people didn't have air conditioning in the 1950s, number one. Number two, they're not super well insulated, depending on where you live. Some places really required the insulation, like Minnesota. And number three, they're small. That's why they were largely considered entry-level homes. Right? Like, yeah. People aren't demanding luxury entry-level homes. They're demanding just entry-level homes that they can live in. Like, it doesn't have to be like a palace. It just has to be a place where they can sleep and eat and maybe watch some TV sometimes.
I can't afford the same thing my parents could afford. That's not true. You can afford the exact same thing your grandparents could afford.
No, you can't. I'm sorry. Like, I'm aware of how much those homes cost. The homes I'm talking about, the ones built in the 1950s, the 1940s. Guess what? They cost like $600,000, $700,000. Do-do. No, you know what? I want Zillow. Okay. All right. So, two things. One, number one, the first result that I got when looking up 1950s home St. Louis Park was this article: rare carefree mid-century modern home in St. Louis Park lists for $925,000. And I was like, well, okay, but this home isn't exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about what Ben is talking about, right? So I went over and looked at Zillow, and when you know it, here's one of the small homes he's talking about. You know, uh, again, here in Minnesota, most of these homes have basements, right? So this is 1,800 square feet. It is $331,000. Most people can't afford that. Most people can't get a loan for $331,000 as a starter home. Like, people don't got that. How much did a house cost in 1950? The median home price in the US was around $7,354. Let's see. Inflation calculator. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. All right. In 1950 to 2025. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da. So, if the price of homes merely was inflated by the rate of inflation cumulatively between 1950 and 2025, the cost would be $101,641 for the median home in the United States. The median home cost in the United States as of this year around $415,000, so 4 times that. People are priced out of the market. It just straight up. Marie Gian Greco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I very much appreciate that. Also, what did you link to me, Sake? What is this? You sent 2 things.
Oh, fellow members of the Roman Senate, hear me. Shall we continue to build palace after palace for the rich? Or shall we aspire to a more noble purpose and build decent housing for the poor? How does the Senate vote? Fuck the poor!
Indeed. That is Ben Shapiro in a nutshell. What is this other thing?
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Yay!
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
God. H-Bomber guy. Has he been, what's he been up to? He been making video essays? What's he doing? What's he doing these days? Hope he's alright. Seems like a nice chap. Alright, we are so close to being done with this.
You just wouldn't want to live there, right? It's like saying, back in the day, my grandparents, they could afford to live on a one salary in 1955. Okay, well, if you want the rotary telephone back and you wish to have a clunker that gets 10 miles to a gallon, and you don't want a microwave and you don't want an oven, you don't want any of the nice things that we typically enjoy.
Hey, I'm sorry, but microwaves and ovens, you could get cheap ones of those, just as an FYI, but the biggest costs to most people on an average daily basis, Ben, are not, microwaves and ovens. Like, that's not the usual thing that's breaking the bank.
21 months baby sinuous scrog dance sinuous spinuous reverb 8 party mode.
Indeed, Hammock, thank you for the 21 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. God. Thank you to everyone who supported the show. It really means the world to me.
Could do that. I mean, we could do that right now, but that actually is living more like...
Ben, how much money do you think you are going to save by buying a clunker that gets 10 miles to the gallon and not having a microwave or having an oven? How much do you think that is? You think that's going to allow you to live on one salary, Ben?
Like some places in
spoiler, it won't.
Like Central and Eastern Europe than it is like living typically in the United States.
This is finally clicking in my mind for the first time.
Is it?
How it works. Because my parents, they bought, their first home was $50,000 and it didn't have a dishwasher or heat or any of those things. And they were able to move into a better house over time. But even then it took, 10 years.
100%. So this is my parents' story too, right? So
Yeah.
I grew up in an 1,100 square foot house, something like that, in Burbank,
Yeah.
California. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 6 people, right? And no like amazing amenities. It was fine. It was like a nice middle to lower middle class house in Burbank, California. It was a great place to grow up. But
Yeah.
what my first apartment that I got with my wife, our first condo was like 1,400 square feet. That was like our first one, right? So it's bigger than what my
Whoa.
parents had when they were,
Yeah, probably because you graduated from college, like you said earlier, making 6 figures. Remember how you just dropped, you said that? Really not super impressive that you're living in a big condo when you make $180,000 a year, Ben.
When they were getting married, it's bigger than what they had. And then we've been able to obviously work our way up to like a really, really nice house. But that's true for my parents also. So, when people talk about the wealth gap and they look at various groups, one thing that happens is people change their wealth status over time. One of the ways people have traditionally built up wealth in the United States is by going and buying a house in a particular...
Yeah, which kind of makes it a problem that new buyers are being priced out of the market. Doesn't it, Ben? If only you could solve this problem in this conversation, but seeing as you only have 2 minutes left here, I doubt you're gonna do that.
Area, holding it for a particular period of time, and then selling the house. I mean, that's been
Right.
one way that people have made money. That's, you know, buying and holding stock is another way that people have made money. But yes, I mean, the quality of life that your grandparents.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Stock is another way that people have.
Buying and holding stock is technically another way that people have made money. Just, it's also a way that people have lost an awful lot of money.
Have made money. But yes, I mean, the quality of life that your grandparents had or your parents had is so much lower than kind of the normal quality of life that we all take for granted. Everyone's grandmother could go down to the local store, and for a cent, you could buy a candy bar.
Yeah.
Okay, does that mean she was wealthier than we are? Well, no, she was living in 1920. So actually, the stuff that she had availability to would be absolute poverty level, like below poverty level crap today.
Yeah.
Right? Like every poor person in America has a cell phone. Okay, not one of our grandparents had a cell phone.
Right.
Right? Like, it's a magical piece of machinery.
Some of them didn't even have landlines.
Correct.
They were expensive.
If you go back to like the early 1900s, a huge number of houses in the United States didn't have toilets. Right? They have outhouses. So, so trying to compare by simply looking at kind of like dollar amounts, what you can buy with the dollar is the thing that's more important. There's an economist who I like to cite named Marion Tupy, and what he has developed is a measurement that I think is much better than just looking.
Also, just as an FYI, if someone in 1920 were to buy a candy bar for 1 cent, adjusted for inflation, that would make that candy bar 17 cents today. And I bring this up largely because the average candy bar price is now around $2 to $3 in the United States, and not, as many of you might note, 17 cents. Also, because of the poor quality of American ingredients that are allowed to be used in American candy, a lot of our candy can't be sold overseas in places like the EU that have higher safety standards for their candy and food. So, you know, just as an FYI, Ben is just full of shit here.
Dollars. What he has developed is basically how much time would.
Yeah, no, exactly. Gizmo, Gizmo, what's it? Like, that's what's bothering me about Ben's entire argument here. He is essentially saying what you're saying. Forget you can't go to the doctor or pay rent. TVs are cheap. Well, sure, you might be like just wasting away from rampant tooth decay and pain, but yeah, and you can't afford to go to the dentist, but hey, you could afford to live in a place that has a dishwasher. Look at you, champ.
Cost you in your life to purchase a particular unit of a good. If you go back to 1800, it would cost you multiple days of work to buy basically an hour of light, right? Because you had to buy a candle, right? And so the candle had to come from somewhere. Sometimes it came from whale oil. Sometimes it came from wax, right? Today, it costs you 0 time to buy an hour of light, right? You flip on your light, it's done. You literally can just do it for free. Okay, so that is why it's better to use sort of time value and what we have to invest. And that's why if you look at your life right now and you compare it to, like, how long would it have taken you to get, let's say, you order a table from Amazon. It takes 2 days to get there.
Yeah.
But you're talking about technological innovation, Ben. Kind of like how that technological innovation made it cheaper to make and produce televisions. Like, that didn't... Damn it, man.
It took you one click of a button. And it cost you, whatever, $100. Okay, so how many hours would you have to work in order to earn $100 to pay for that table and to have it shipped and to put it together? And the answer is it's a lot cheaper now than it was even 30 years ago.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like you covered everything, and I really understand kind of where economics are and why.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, just real quick. 1995. All right? 1995. Real quick. I guess in 2025? In 1995. Here we go. So, In 1995, $100 in our today money would have been $48.23. Now, I'm just throwing this out there, but what was the minimum wage in 1995? $4.25 per hour. So, just going off of that, $4.25 per hour. If you worked for a little bit over, 12 hours, you would make enough to buy that $100 table, right? What is minimum wage in 2025? Oh, it's $7.25 per hour. Okay, so you'd have to work 15 or 16 hours in order to afford a $100 table. So, just so we're clear, to buy the same table in 1995 compared to to today, that would have cost you roughly 3 more hours of labor. Because we're being price gouged and wages aren't rising with costs.
The increase of demand and supply kind of affects the economy, and also why socialism doesn't work.
Thanks.
Which
Glad
I
you
never
stopped
knew.
by.
So
Wow, she just learned that socialism doesn't work, guys. She just learned that just now. She applied to the Daily Wire and didn't know what their stance on socialism was. Sure. Also, none of this conversation was about socialism. It was just a buzzword that got thrown in there.
Good times.
That, I gotta say, I am absolutely not surprised that this only has 46,000 views after being up for almost a week. That was terrible. What are the comments here? One contributor to increased prices is retail theft. I work in a dollar store. The shoplifting would stun you if you saw it. I'm pretty sure dollar stores price in a lot of loss, but all right. Bought my first house in my 20s, making under 30K a year in 2010 for 100K? Fuck you. That's crazy. I mean, good for them, I guess. I can't love this. More of it, please. Pure econ, less politics. I'm all for it. God, the fucking glazing. Here, at least there's one person. Apparently confronts means asks one question, then agrees with everything I say. Yeah, exactly. What a tense conversation between bitter rivals. The millionaire boss of the company and the newly hired intern. A team of equals yet opposites. I'm not gonna lie. I think after watching that, I have lost the will to live. I'm joking. But that was terrible. And I'm glad we're done. And we never have to address this again, other than to say, damn, Ben Shapiro losing a step. You know what it gave me? It gave me infomercial vibes. It was an infomercial for conservatism. Oh, it even had the comedic bumbles. Oh God, you're right. Uncle Gumball, you're right. All right. All that being said, if you got anything out of this, please hit the like button and also consider dropping a comment. The comments really fucking help this in the algorithm these days. You guys can help make these videos a success. So please consider dropping those comments in the comment section. Let me know what you thought. And also, please consider joining your DSA. Make them more effective. Consider joining your local Dems. Make them more radical. And if you need a place to start, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. And folks, last but not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. We've tested it out with cis men, cis women, non-binary folk, everyone across the spectrum, anyone who wants to feel femme. Check it out. It is a non-tuck lingerie line, and we're going to be adding more pieces in the near future, new styles, new colors, all that jazz. Check it out. The holidays are coming up. Consider buying or letting folks in your life know, especially if they're trans femmes. And you need a link down in the doobly-doo. With all that being said, let's keep on going. Oof. Excited to wear all of them? Fuck yeah, Latzia. Oh no. God, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I certainly did. And I know we've been going for 5.5 hours. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Fuck. I've got so many things I want to do tomorrow. Please like the show. Consider dropping those subs and donos. Y'all gonna have some pink soon? Still in the process of figuring out which color, but we're gonna be ordering our second order in the near future. Oof. Watch that sunrise. Nah, I'm gonna get my butt cuddled by my partner. All that being said, folks, I am heading out. I am sleepy as fuck. And I'll catch y'all later. Bye.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas to Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. All her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here's a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. But her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.